Good afternoon. My name is Chris White, and I will be your moderator today. We're going to hear 3 formal presentations followed by public testimony. Please note that for the public testimony portion of today's meeting, individuals will be limited to 3 minutes each. We will call upon you in the order in which you signed up. When we call your name, please unmute your computer and begin speaking. If you are not available or are running into technical problems, we will call upon you again later. If you did not pre-register and still wish to give testimony, we will have an opportunity to speak once we conclude the list of those who pre-registered. At that time, we will ask you to click Raise Hand so we may call on you. If you are unable to testify today, or if you have changed your mind, your testimony may still be submitted directly to the wage board. We have a timer set up to help us adhere to the 3-minute testimony rule. Please look for the timer window now. When you see the yellow light, your time is coming to a close. When you see the red light, your time has ended, and we ask that you please conclude your thoughts at that point. I have some important ground rules to cover before we begin. You have all been muted upon entry and will remain muted unless you have been called upon to speak. This will help eliminate any background noise. Please silence all electronic devices to avoid additional noise or echoing when you are speaking. Any distracting video will be disabled. Any abusive language or offensive behavior will result in removal from the meeting. Please note that today's hearing is being recorded. Finally, a reminder to please speak slowly so our interpreters have time to hear what you are saying. We will now begin the hearing, beginning with New York State Labor Commissioner Roberta Reardon to deliver her charge to the board. Commissioner.
Thank you. Let me begin by thanking Brenda McDuffie, Dave Fisher, and Dennis Hughes for serving on the Wage Board. We appreciate you agreeing to perform this important public service. I want to thank Brenda McDuffie for serving as chairperson. You each have a unique background that gives you special insight into the concerns of farmers, workers, and the public that you should draw upon. As you conduct your deliberations, I am confident that you will respect and appreciate the perspectives of your colleagues and work together to meet the goals set forth in this charge. New York has a long history of setting minimum wages and overtime protections through wage boards and wage orders that focus on specific industries and occupations. From the 1930s until 1960, that was the only way that minimum wage and overtime protections were established. In 1960, the legislature changed the law to establish a single statewide minimum wage, but kept the old system in place to allow wage boards to recommend higher minimum wages and overtime rates for specific industries and occupations. For farm laborers, the history of minimum wage and overtime protections is not as lengthy, but history is being made today. As compared with employees in other industries, farm laborers had to wait an additional 30 years to get the first minimum wage in 1969, another 30 years for their wage to equal that of other workers in 1999, and another 20 years to get any overtime protections in 2020. History was made earlier this year when we convened New York's first of 4 farm laborers' wage boards to solicit your recommendations on overtime work for farm laborers. These hearings are at the direction of the legislature and Governor Cuomo as part of the 2019 Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practices Act and pursuant to minimum wage provisions of Articles 19 and 19A of the labor law. The Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practices Act extended worker protections to farm laborers in many areas, including collective bargaining, worker compensation, unemployment insurance, housing, day of rest, and overtime. The task of this Farm Laborers Wage Board is narrowly focused on the issue of overtime, and specifically, your charge is as follows. The board shall make recommendations for overtime work for farm laborers that shall not be in excess of 60 hours. The board shall consider the extent to which overtime hours can be lowered below the 60 hours set in law, and the board may provide for a series of successively lower overtime work thresholds and phase-in dates as part of its determinations. Your task is to engage in a meaningful inquiry focused on these workers, on this industry, and the underlying state policy and legislative purpose. As you receive public testimony, I encourage you to take the opportunity to ask questions and engage those who testify to identify what you can about these workers, this industry, and about overtime standards more generally. We at the Department of Labor will endeavor to provide you with the information you need to assist in your deliberation. Michael Paglialonga, Deputy General Counsel to the Department of Labor, is serving as counsel to the board and will be available in connection with legal issues. Milan Bhatt, Acting Deputy Commissioner for Worker Protection, will serve as secretary to the board and will be your first line of communication with the department. Kevin Hannell and his staff in our Research and Statistics Division will provide you with available research material. In addition to those resources within the department, the board may consult with agricultural employers and farm laborers and their respective representatives in the occupation or occupations involved, and with such other persons, including the Commissioner of Labor and the Commissioner of Agriculture and Markets, as it shall determine. The time you have to do your work is limited. Earlier this year, the board conducted an in-person hearing, and in the last week had 2 additional virtual hearings. Today will mark your 4th wage board meeting. The public can participate in these hearings and can also submit comments to the board on the department's website. The board has until December 31st, 2020 to submit your report and recommendations to the governor and the legislature. During the 45 days following your report, I may confer with you and may remand the matter back to you for further consideration. Again, thank you for your public service on the wage board. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Michael Paglialonga to discuss the legal standards and relevant legislative history that you should be aware of. Michael?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practices Act entrusts this wage board with the authority to make recommendations regarding overtime for farm workers. In doing so, the Act places various restrictions on this wage board and the recommendations that it can make. As the Commissioner just explained in her charge to you, your role is limited to looking at the issue of overtime. While you can recommend that the overtime threshold be reduced, you cannot recommend an increase in the threshold, which is currently set at 60 hours. In a similar vein, you're restricted to considering this issue and may not further limit any rights, protections, benefits, or entitlements. The Act directs you to consider existing overtime rates in similarly situated industries in New York State. While most industries and occupations require an overtime premium of time and a half the employee's regular rate after 40 hours, there are some exceptions. For example, certain residential workers earn overtime premiums only after 44 hours. In addition, certain workers who are exempt from overtime at the federal level are entitled to overtime under state law at time and a half the minimum wage, rather than time and a half their regular rate, which may be higher than the minimum wage. As the Commissioner also indicated earlier, wage boards have played an important role in shaping the livelihoods of workers. The labor law's general minimum wage provisions, which now cover farm laborers, direct wage boards and the Commissioner consider the following principles when establishing minimum wages and regulations. The amount of work sufficient to provide adequate maintenance and protect the public health. The value of the work or classification of work performed. And the wages paid in the state for work of like or comparable character. In establishing the present wage board and establishing the current overtime threshold for farm laborers, the legislature made the following findings. Despite regularly working 50, 60, 70 or more hours in a week, doing arduous and difficult work, farm laborers remain excluded from overtime and other labor protections that are in place at the state and/or federal level for other workers. The industry is subject to unique and unpredictable factors, including climate and weather, pricing and market requirements, seasonal harvests, immigration, and various federal and state laws, rules, and regulations that directly impact farmers and require unique balance and application of traditional labor protections to ensure farm laborers have access to basic labor protections, while also creating adaptability and responsiveness to the unique circumstances of farm operations. The labor standards included in this bill are solely for the purpose of transitioning into a modern structure of rights and benefits for farm laborers that achieve harmonious labor relations and stability of operations in the agricultural industry. And they are not intended for any other industry or sector of the economy. And that was all from the New York State Legislature. Your responsibility as a board today is to give serious and careful thought to this and the comments you will hear, and to be guided by them in making your recommendations. Thank you. And at this time, I'm pleased to welcome Wage Board Chair Brenda McDuffie. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Michael. Good afternoon, and welcome to everyone who has joined us today for the Farm Laborers Wage Board meeting. I am Brenda McDuffie. Commissioner Reardon, I appreciate the opportunity to serve as the chair of the Farm Wage Board. Welcome to the members of the public in attendance today and those individuals who will share their testimony. I can say we have our largest number of individuals with us today, and we have over 90 individuals who have already pre-registered to speak today. We look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. Please know that we are going to be scheduling an additional hearing for the Wage Board at the end of September, and we'll announce the date as soon as possible. For today, we want to hear from everyone who has signed up. However, if you have testified before, we ask that you consider submitting written testimony to us. We will be reviewing every piece of testimony and information provided to us because we want to give everyone the opportunity to participate in this very important process. However, if your personal time today does not allow you to stay for the full hearing, please consider registering as soon as we announce for our next hearing at the end of September. I'd like to just take the moment to introduce my fellow board members who also are here because they are deeply committed to this issue as we move forward and hear your testimony. We have representing the Farm Bureau, Mr. David Fisher, and representing the New York State AFL-CIO, Mr. Dennis Hughes. I look forward to continue working with both of these gentlemen on this very important issue. As you've heard from Commissioner Reardon and our council, our charge is very clear. And I believe there's much to be gained from everyone having the opportunity to give their own personal accounts and stories that we will use to make our deliberations and recommendation. I believe I speak for my fellow board members when I say that you can count on us to work thoroughly and diligently to fulfill our duties. And in part, that is why we are scheduling another hearing in September, so we have the opportunity to hear from as many individuals on your personal accounts as possible. So as I said earlier, please consider that. I will also continue to make that announcement so that if anyone needs to leave, they can either submit written testimony or sign up in September for our next hearing. Before we move ahead with our agenda for today, I want to remind you of a couple of things about our hearing. We will be conducting simultaneously translation during the hearing. Please, so that our interpreters have the opportunity to convey the messages, speak slowly, as I'm trying to do for you now. Individuals testifying will be limited to 3 minutes of oral testimony. However, we realize we're asking you to speak so slowly and will allow a small amount of additional time for that purpose. We have set up a timer, which you'll see in the center of your screen, so that we all can adhere to this time limit to the extent possible. Please, as much as possible, given the number of people who want to testify today, as well as our time limitations, give consideration to watching the clock, which will show you in yellow, caution, getting ready to end your 3 minutes, and then in red when your 3 minutes is up. I would also like to remind you that we are in a public hearing, and we ask that everyone conduct themselves accordingly. Please know that inappropriate behaviors will not be tolerated, and the moderator will remove you from the virtual hearing if that is necessary. Also know that today's hearing is being recorded, and the recording as well as the transcripts are available on the Department of Labor's website. That website is labor.ny.gov, G-O-V. You can find more detail for our work on the wage board on this website also. As necessary, with the number of individuals scheduled to testify today, we will have short breaks depending on how long we need to go to make sure that we have everyone who has pre-registered the opportunity to do so, to testify today. With that, I'd like to invite Kevin Hannell for a short presentation on the agricultural industry in New York State. Kevin is the Chief of Labor Statistics for the Department of Labor's Division for Research and Statistics. Kevin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my honor today to share with you some of the big picture information we have available on the agricultural industry. The Department of Labor maintains records on all employers and industries in New York State. The numbers I'm sharing with you today focus on 2 of those industries: crop production and animal production. Last year, these 2 similarly sized industries employed just under 24,000 workers and more than 2,000 establishments around the state. Agricultural industry employers paid more than $887 million in wages. Certain regions have more agricultural establishments than other regions. Our Finger Lakes region has the most, followed by the Hudson Valley and Western New York. New York City, with its densely urban environment, has the fewest. Most of these are small employers. While it can vary by season, number of workers per farm averages less than 10 for more than 2/3 of these establishments. While farm workers are a diverse group, according to census data reviewed by our state data center, there are some commonalities. Agricultural workers tend to be slightly younger than workers in other industries. In the agricultural workforce, the number of males far outweighs the number of females, comprising nearly 3 out of 4 workers. When it comes to educational attainment, compared to other industries, a much higher share of the agricultural workforce does not yet have a high school diploma or equivalent. But they work hard. 41% of agricultural workers put in 41 or more hours a week, compared to an average of 25% of all workers in New York State. And animal production is the industry with the highest share of workers putting in 60+ hours a week. I hope you found this information useful. We look forward to working with the board over the next months. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for that very important information. It gives us all a real perspective on how important these hearings are and how important agriculture is to the state of New York. Again, we thank the number of people who have joined us today, and we will begin proceeding with our testimony, understanding that we will have another hearing at the end of September. And so all of you who have pre-registered today will be heard if you can stay, or you can sign up later or send us written testimony. We will call you today in the order that you pre-registered, and that will be done by our moderator, Mr. Chris White. Individuals who do not appear to testify on the first time Chris calls on you, you'll be called at the end of our session, so after we complete the pre-registration list. After the moderator has called the complete list of pre-registered individuals, the moderator will then call for any additional individuals who may want to testify. So with that, I would ask Chris if you would begin, and I would ask all participants to be respectful of the time and also to please talk slowly so that our interpreters can share the information with those who need. Chris?
Wonderful. So we'll now begin calling on those who pre-registered to deliver their testimony. When we call upon you, please unmute your line if you've not done so already. Please announce your name, any affiliation you have, and then begin your testimony. One final reminder to please speak slowly so we can accommodate interpretation. Our first speaker will be Chris Lawton. Chris, you've been unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Chris. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. In addition to this verbal testimony, I have submitted written testimony, which I emailed this morning. Madam Chair and other members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Chris Lawton, and I am representing Farm Credit East, a financial services cooperative serving more than 10,000 farm customers in New York State. I wish to testify in favor of maintaining the overtime threshold for farm workers at 60 hours per week and have several key points in support of this position. One, overtime comes in addition to other recent laws that have significantly increased the cost of labor. Two, farm revenues have been stagnant to declining in recent years and have not increased sufficiently to cover these rising costs. Most farms have limited or no ability to recover these costs through their pricing. Three, New York farms exhibit a range of financial results, with some being more successful while others struggle. These struggling farms are exiting agriculture at an increasing rate, and rising costs will put additional pressure on them. Four, more time is needed to fully assess the impacts of the FLFLPA on both farmers and workers, and to give farmers adequate opportunity to adjust to these changes. Agriculture is the backbone of the upstate economy, accounting for billions in economic impact and supporting thousands of jobs. However, it is important to realize that most of this economic activity does not flow to the bottom line of farms. The overtime issue does not exist in a vacuum. By January 2021, the New York minimum wage will have risen by 43% over a 5-year period, with further increases anticipated. While most farm workers earn more than minimum wage, these changes increase the overall cost of labor. Meanwhile, according to the USDA, gross farm revenue for the state of New York has actually decreased by 4.5% between 2015 and 2018. If we look at dairy, the largest farm sector in New York, milk prices have declined by more than 30% from the peak year of 2014. Between 2012 and 2017, 882 individual dairy farms in New York, or 18% of the total, exited the industry. During this same period, farmers harvested over 11,000 fewer acres of vegetables in the state. These trends have nothing to do with the new law, as they predate its passage. However, if costs continue to significantly outpace farm revenues, more farms will exit. In closing, I would recommend that the board maintain the overtime threshold at 60 hours and defer consideration of lowering it until we have several growing seasons to assess the farm level impact to both farmers and workers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your testimony. I am going to ask my fellow board members if they do have questions as the testimony concludes, if you could raise your hand. This way I don't have to stop each time and ask you if you have any questions. But hearing that, and we have so many people, I can't see you on a screen unless I rotate back and forth. So it would help us all as we try to address this important matter in this way, utilizing technology. So are there any questions of my fellow board members? You could just do your reaction button, or you could use, we don't have a chat function here, but if you use your reaction button, I'll recognize you there. Hearing no questions, and I'd ask our moderator to proceed with our next testimony.
Absolutely. And just a reminder as we go through, if we are able to recognize your name, we will unmute you. If we're not, I will call you and ask you to hit raise hand. Perhaps you're unable to change your device name or something like that. And that actually is the case for our next speaker, Paul Baker. So Paul, we don't see you right now in the meeting, but if you could click raise hand. And if not, we're going to go to our next speaker, who is Senator Jen Metzger. Senator, you have been unmuted and you may begin.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Wage Board. As Senate Agriculture Chair, and I'm State Senator Jen Metzger, representing the 42nd District and Chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee. And I respectfully ask that you maintain the current threshold for overtime on farms. Many farmers are struggling to adjust to the 60 hours. Further reducing the overtime threshold would be devastating in normal times for many farms, and we're in the midst of a pandemic and severe economic contraction. The Wage Board is in no position to draw any informed conclusions about the viability of changing this threshold with less than a full season of experience. It is my belief that we need 3 to 5 years of data to truly understand the impacts on the livelihood of farmer and farm worker families, farm income and attrition, and any adverse impacts on the scale of agriculture in the state and the diversity of products produced. New York agriculture is very different from other states like California, where farms are industrial in scale and growing seasons are virtually year-round. Over 90% of our farms are small, family-owned operations that collectively produce a wide diversity of products vital to New York's food security. Our farms contribute $4 billion annually to the state's economy and are at the forefront of the local food revolution and are an integral part of the solution to climate change.
Senator, I'm just going to ask you to slow down just a hair, if you could.
Sorry. Even before the new law was implemented this year, many New York farmers were struggling and continue to face many challenges, including grappling with costs that are far higher here than elsewhere in the country. I devote my remaining time to sharing what I've heard from farmers about what they are experiencing. One mid-sized fourth generation vegetable farmer who sells in local and New York City farmers markets described it this way. It's a marginal year with the markets collapsing and the new 60-hour overtime law. It's hurting all of us, farmers, farm workers. We need 5 years. Other states at the market have lower wages and no overtime. He said that if costs keep going up, he will have to give up less profitable farmers markets in low-income neighborhoods where he discounts his produce. Two brothers on another multi-generation vegetable farm said, "It's very hard at 60, but we're doing our best to make it work. Anything less and we won't be in business. We'll stop hiring the 45 guys we hire in support and drop way back and grow grain crops." A dairy farmer who milks 250 cows a day between 2 workers and himself said, "It's very dire. Everything we see is wholesale. Everything we sell is wholesale, but everything we pay for is retail. I pay a decent salary and provide free housing, but the small farmers can't survive these additional costs. The small farm is getting squeezed out." These are just a few examples of what farms are currently experiencing. They are trying to adjust their businesses to the new overtime threshold, but it has been a struggle, especially for smaller farm operations. In closing, I respectfully urge you not to reduce the threshold for overtime and to please take the necessary time to evaluate the myriad impacts on farmer and farm worker families and on patterns of agricultural production. As the law itself recognizes, agriculture is qualitatively different from other sectors of the economy in its seasonality, dependence on weather, and other economic characteristics. And you have an obligation to recognize this in your decision-making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony and for being with us today. I just asked my fellow board members if their hands are raised, if our moderator can help me, since I can't see everybody on screen at one time. If you would like to ask the senator any questions, if you could recognize them, moderator, by unmuting either Dennis or David.
Not a problem. I will do that should they have any questions. At this time, I do not see that they do.
Okay, would we proceed with our next individual who's testifying today?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be Art Gladstone. And Art, you have been unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. My name is Art Gladstone. And thank you, Mrs. McDuffie, for this opportunity to speak in support of leaving the 60-hour per week threshold for overtime wages in place. I will try not to be redundant, as my previous testimony was described, but that claim had me go to the Merriam-Webster dictionary. The definition I found there included exceeding what is necessary or normal. The word superfluous was used, using more words than is necessary to make a point. But more importantly, within that definition was this: serving as a duplicate for preventing a failure of an entire system. I fear that lowering the current threshold will initiate failures in the system that is our agricultural community. These disruptions will go up and down the chain. Businesses serving farm equipment and supply needs will suffer losses. Workers whose financial security has been enjoyed by the wages earned and the benefits their families have accumulated will be under severe threat. Over and over, I am hearing from employers of all sizes one of two things. Either they will reorganize, which will result in fewer hours and lower wages for their workforce. And another more troubling response is employers of many sizes are evaluating whether the returns on their most demanding profession are worth the effort anymore. Many farms are on land that could easily be put to other uses. As has been said in these hearings, once these farms are gone, to paraphrase a song, don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They paved paradise and they put up a building lot. It is my feeling, after all my years working with our New York State agricultural community, that unless you have day-to-day dealings with farming and all its concurrent issues, to use a phrase coined by a friend, the public at large has not the most minimum clue about all that is involved in agriculture in New York State and keeping it vibrant and active. To this day, I hear from people beliefs about farming that are way off of the mark of what truly occurs. As I explain facts as I know them, I often receive a response of, I didn't know that. In the 90s, policymakers from Albany came to a program I was working at that assisted low-income families receiving government assistance to reach self-sufficiency. We explained how and why processes and policies in place worked and why the program should be continued. That program ended and was a victim of its time in the name of reform. I will end here with a Far Side cartoon that I hope all can see. Get to the part where, and I can email this in, but the part of it that's important is we've got a warning light on up here, and darn if it isn't the big one. Please don't disregard the big warning light and alter the current overtime threshold. Thank you again for hearing me out. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Art, for being with us and giving that testimony today. Are there any comments, questions from my colleagues? Moderator, please proceed.
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be William Cook. William, you've been unmuted. May begin.
Okay. Hi, my name's Bill Cook, and I'm one of the owners of Aurora Ridge Dairy. We own and operate a dairy farm located near Aurora, New York, in the beautiful Finger Lakes region. We employ about 40 people. One half of the employees are local, and the other half are from Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. We pride ourselves in having a very stable workforce. Many of the employees have been working on this farm for over 20 years. In 2020, we've worked hard to manage our employees' hours to avoid the overtime after 60 hours without alienating the employees who need to or want to work 60+ hours a week. And they do that to do better for themselves and to support their families. There's the same workload this year that needs to be done each week. And then add to that the planting and harvesting periods where timeliness is essential, means long hours. No one is forced to work overtime at Aurora Ridge. It is all voluntary. But it's not just farm workers who have realized that if I work smarter, harder, longer, I'll do better myself. We have several New York State Department of Corrections prison guards that work for us on their off time. So they have decided that the 40-hour a week or whatever happens at the prison is just not enough, and they work on the farm to help boost their pay. So my estimate is that our labor expense for 2020 will be up $200,000 at the minimum from 2019. And that's split about evenly. About $100,000 of that increase is due to the minimum wage increase. We had no one earning minimum wage in January, but you know as well as I do that when the minimum wage goes up, everyone's pay needs to go up. And then the other $100,000 is related to strictly the overtime costs. Then you add to that all of the additional costs on that $200,000, such as the FICA tax, the workman's comp tax, the unemployment taxes, 401ks, et cetera. So dairy farmers, their families and their employees are typically hard workers and very resilient. That's why you did not see food production at the farm level become a problem during COVID-19 pandemic. We're all used to working hard and working harder when we need to. Distribution was a problem, but not the production at the farm level. And I'd say that most of us, the farmers and the farm employees, learned long ago that if we want to do better, we need to work smarter, we need to work harder and longer. So that's kind of built into the industry. I would add that the 7th day of rest overtime, causing the 7th day of rest to be paid at overtime rate has been costly for us and for our workers in a way that I hadn't thought about, and I'm sure that you haven't. But we have people who will want to work on their 7th day and then take the 8th day off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for your testimony today. And if you'd like, please anyone can submit their testimony in writing to us at the website that we provided. So again, thank you very much. Moderator, I don't see any raised hands, so I'd ask you to call our next individual.
Absolutely. And the next person to speak is going to be Brandon Mallory. Brandon?
Thank you, Madam Chair McDuffie and other members of the Wage Board. My name is Brandon Mallory. We've been in the labor business for 30 years. Currently founder for over 20 years of Agri Placement Services, which is a staffing company, New York State licensed, based in Rochester, New York. And we provide farm staffing and consulting services for dairy, as well as seasonal fruit and vegetable crop farms. We believe that the New York State ag worker industry itself and the workers directly would be irreparably harmed if the threshold of 60 hours is lowered. We do business in 14 other states in addition.
Can I just ask you to slow down just a bit for our interpreter? I appreciate it.
So we do business in 14 other states in addition to New York. So we interact with farm workers in all these other states. In our business, especially in those states that are bordering New York, we see a prevailing hourly rate of near $12, which is equivalent to the New York State minimum wage, because it's the same workforce. Even though it's a neighboring state that has a much lower minimum wage than we do in New York, the prevailing wage is still $12, which is the New York State minimum wage. Well, what happened when the threshold was raised to 60 hours is we became competitively disadvantaged for labor, because in those other states, the workers can work as many hours as they want. Where in New York State, our farms were really forced to lower the amount of hours that the workers could work to 60 in order to avoid the labor, the additional labor cost of time and a half. I'd further say that in Pennsylvania and Vermont, because the minimum wage is so much lower and they're able to pay the hours, these additional hours that the workers work had an exodus of workers that actually left New York and went to Vermont. Met with one of our staff this morning. He told a story about when the 60-hour threshold kicked in, there were many workers that were calling him looking for work in Vermont so that they could work the same wage, but be able to work an excess number of hours. Sometimes farms here in New York have paid a little bit of overtime, maybe 7 to 9 hours of overtime per week. If the threshold is lowered to 40, our farms will not have time to adjust to that. All of our dairies with whom we do business provide housing, which is also another benefit that our businesses in the Midwest and Plain states do not have to contend with. I'd like to shift on my time right now, the rest of my time, to the seasonal side of our business. This year, we are providing non-immigrant or guest seasonal workers called H-2A workers. These are seasonal workers that, in our case, come from Mexico. They're not immigrants. They are non-immigrant workers. They are guest workers. So they temporarily come to New York State to work, and then they return at the end of the season. Under this program, all workers must be paid a minimum wage of $14.29 in New York State this week. We have seen historically that wage goes up between 3 and 20% each year. This part of our business involves small farms that either are not large enough to provide workers a seasonal work, do not have housing, work is intermittent, or various other reasons the program is not cost effective for them. Not just because of the $14.29 of the minimum wage that they're required to pay, but for a myriad of other reasons, such as governmental fees, transportation, housing, and the cost of regulation. But we as farm labor contractors employ the workers directly. We can use these workers on several different small farms within the same season, spreading out the cost among several farms. If we have to begin paying time and a half for hours over 60, this flexibility of being able to use these workers on several different farms within the same season will dramatically be limited. Overtime requirements would take effect quickly, not because any particular farm is using them for more than 60 hours, but us being the employer would lose all of our flexibility, as we would then be limited to 60 hours before we'd have to pay an exorbitant $21.40.
If you could please conclude your thoughts, we'd appreciate it.
Yes, I'm almost at the end. This will make it a financial impossibility for us with all the other costs of our program. And this farm group would lose the services of us. They would not be able to grow. In worst case scenario, they would go out of business altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, for sharing that perspective. I'd ask our moderator, if there are no questions from my fellow board members, if you'd call the next.
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be Felipe Rosick. Felipe, you may begin.
Okay, hello.
Hi, Felipe, we can hear you.
Trouble here with my laptop, and I got a little bit of a delay coming into the meeting. So I think probably to more effect, I could write you my comments, but I think the 60-hour threshold is okay. I think most farmers could probably handle that, but it would really be too bad for everyone, farmers and workers, to go below that because of the nature of the urgency of farm work. And the day of rest maybe could be, I don't know what William Cook was going to say, maybe that could be a little flexible if there's a big weather event that causes necessity to work 8 days in a row. So I'm really not prepared. That's bad for a farmer to say. I'm not prepared to really to talk more extensively. Maybe I'll write in some comments, but at least the 60-hour threshold would make it a little better for workers, because they certainly deserve to get paid for their hard work, to get decent pay, which I think they are in general. But don't go below that. It's already kind of getting to be a little tough for farmers and growers to sort all this out. That's it. I'll stop now.
Thank you, Felipe, for your testimony. And Chris?
Absolutely. And our next speaker is going to be Tony Emmy. And we saw you earlier, not sure if you're there. So if you can just click raise hand. And if not, we're going to go to our next speaker, who is Jose Vega. And Jose, we're going to ask you to unmute.
Hola.
Jose, you may begin.
Ok, buenas tardes a todos. Spanish and English. Mi testimonio es corto, gracias por tenerme aquí. La primera pregunta son mayormente preguntas, es el por qué quieren reducir más las horas que tenemos. Nosotros queremos trabajar todas las horas que sean posibles. No queremos días libres a menos que sea decisión de nosotros. La temporada es corta y no es justo que se pierdan los productos por no tener tiempo de cosecharlos. Solo trabajamos el verano. Si quieren hacer algo por nosotros, dejen que nosotros decidamos lo que queremos. No olviden que necesitamos de un agricultor 3 veces al día en nuestras mesas. Si siguen aprobando leyes como esta, no veo agricultores en el estado de Nueva York en el futuro. Una última petición que me gustaría hacerle es que por favor nos visiten y puedan escuchar de nuestra boca las necesidades que tenemos. Gracias. God bless.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chris?
Absolutely. And our next speaker will be Joel Maldonado. Joel, we've asked you to unmute. Oh, there you are. You may begin.
Let me change to Spanish. Okay, go ahead. Ok, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Joel Maldonado y una de las preguntas que tengo es ¿por qué un día libre durante la semana? Donde realmente nos están quitando el derecho de trabajar en un trabajo temporario, ya que solamente trabajamos durante el verano. Desde mi punto de vista, estamos viviendo ciertas situaciones donde vemos que nos quitan derechos como empleados, agricultores, de poder trabajar más horas, donde realmente tenemos un compromiso con una población que tiene la esperanza de conseguir alimentos, ya que estamos enfrentando una situación muy difícil. En mi trabajo en específico podría ser muy afectado, tanto como mi patrón podría reducir personal o cierre de compañía. Es así donde vemos la secuencia negativa que provoca esta situación. Deberían ser más conscientes y debemos de apoyar más la agricultura, ya que según vemos con todas estas situaciones podría comenzar escasez de alimentos. Entiendo, sería una mala decisión cortar ciertos beneficios que serían muchos los afectados y más en el futuro, ya que muchos han sido afectados por esta pandemia y deberemos valorar más la agricultura. Gracias.
Thank you, Joel. Chris, if you would.
Absolutely. And we're going to get back to Tony Emmy. And Tony, we're going to unmute you.
Hi, Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tony Emmy. I'm a farmer in Baldwinsville, New York, from Emmy and Sons. My family owns a 300-acre fruit and vegetable farm here in Baldwinsville, and we've farmed here for over 80 years. Let's give a few effects of the labor practice. I'm testifying in favor of keeping the 60 hours where it is. Right now, we cannot afford to pay the overtime rate, which is at about $21.44 an hour. Because we cannot afford to pay this, we limit the number of hours our employees would want to work to 60 hours or less a week. In our calculations, they're losing 20 to 25 hours a week during the harvest season, which for us lasts about 13 weeks. This equates to a loss of about $285 to $357 weekly. Over the 13 weeks, it's a loss of about $3,700 to $4,600 per person. Most of our employees are satisfied with the 60 hours if they can get the full 60. However, some have expressed working in other states where they can choose to work more hours if the threshold is lowered below 60 here in New York. Effects on the farm, on our farm, we're leaving some crops in the field simply because we run out of time to get them harvested. If we have to pay overtime, we found we couldn't recoup the cost to harvest them anyway. This time of year, we're trying to complete 80 to 85 hours of work, basically in a 60-hour work week. We'll definitely grow less crops next season. However, another increase in wages will set us back even further. The act has also created extreme administrative difficulties for us as a family. The mental and physical stress is worse than it's ever been. Family members already working in excess of 90 hours weekly with no extra compensation are now tasked with trying to keep employee hours at or below 60 hours, making sure that every employee sits out one full day a week, and at the same time trying to ensure equal distribution of hours for all of our employees. It's not an easy task, but we have to do this to survive. We feel the writing's on the wall, numbers tell the future.
Last season, we hired a surveyor and started to plan building lots on the farm. This takes time, and we want to get ahead. A work week of less than 60 hours will be the end of production farming for us, as I would suspect many others. We will be unable in the future to afford employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Chris?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be Jim Barber. And Jim, we have unmuted you and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jim Barber. I am the 5th generation on our 6th generation family farm. And thank you for this opportunity to testify. The Wage Board must always consider the fact that the vast majority of agricultural production in New York State is sold through wholesale and commodity markets. Farmers have almost no influence on the prices they receive in these markets, and therefore must focus intently on controlling the cost of production, at least as much as weather conditions will allow them to do that. Even for farms like ours, which sell predominantly into the retail market, there are definite limits on what the customers will pay before they choose to shop in chain stores, where product from other stores in other countries can be purchased at considerably lower prices. The workforce on our farm to produce, harvest, and sell our crops is comprised of over 30 US citizens, most of whom work for us a few months during the growing season, with a few employed year-round. Labor is over half of the cost of operating our farm. We knew we could not withstand the financial impact of paying substantial overtime. So we were forced to enact dramatic change in our operation. For 80 years, our farm stand, where we sell 80% of our produce, was open 7 days a week to accommodate our customers. In order for our farm to be able to comply with the current requirements of the agriculture labor law, this year, 2020, for the very first time in our history, our farm stand is closed to business. Not just 1, but 2 days each week. It's a tremendously difficult decision for a business to need to find ways to balance loss of income with controlling the cost of labor. The outcome for us is still uncertain. We need to stay in business in order to hire employees, and we need to be profitable in order to stay in business. There is no way to know at this point what the actual impact of the current wage and hour regulations will have on our farm, or for that matter, on the general farm economy in New York State. We do know that New York State is a tremendously expensive state in which to farm. We have among the highest property taxes and wages in the country. Until the state can enact legislation which reduces other costs to farms or find ways to help increase the income for farms, I urge the Wage Board to take no action which would further raise the labor cost on our farms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jim. Chris, if we could proceed to our next speaker.
Absolutely. And our next speaker is going to be Assemblymember Donna Lepardo.
Thank you very much. My name is Assemblywoman Donna Lepardo, and I chair the New York State Assembly Committee on Agriculture. Thanks for letting me submit testimony today. As you may know, I did not support the Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practice Act when it passed in 2019, where farm laborers are entitled to overtime pay, to work performed in excess of 60 hours per week, and for work performed on their day of rest. While there are many groundbreaking and positive aspects to the law, I did not support it for several reasons. One item was taken up this year in the enacted state budget when the definition of family member was addressed. My other objection stemmed from the 60-hour overtime threshold and the obvious confusion caused when an individual who has not worked for 60 hours is still entitled to overtime pay if they work on their day of rest. That may have been an unintended consequence of the law that I would like to see addressed. I realize this hearing is solely focused on the extent to which the overtime threshold for farm laborers can be lowered below 60 hours per week, and whether any such reduction should be phased in through a series of successively lowered thresholds. In the interest of time, and to avoid repeating points I'm sure you've heard numerous times, let me officially implore you to not lower the threshold at this time or consider a phased-in approach. New York State agriculture was already in a weakened state prior to COVID and is in an even more perilous state now. The one silver lining may be that the public's eyes have been opened about where our food comes from and about the hardworking, essential workers who produce it. One day, I hope we can revisit this issue. That day would require that farmers receive a fair price for what they produce, one that actually matches their costs. It would also require that consumers be willing to pay for what it actually costs to produce the food they put on their table for their families. And there would be a fundamental shift in attitude about the dignity of farm work and about the people who often come here at great personal risk to perform tasks that many Americans are unwilling to do. Obviously, everyone in the food supply chain should earn more than they currently do. But until such time, we should not further stress an already weary system and inadvertently penalize workers who in some instances are actually earning less money than they were before. Some of these farm workers are already planning to work in other states, causing New York farms to experience additional labor shortages. I'm sure the best of intentions went into the farm labor legislation, but conditions on the ground make it very challenging to execute at this time. Thank you very, very much for your time and your willingness to hear this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman, for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Chris?
Our next two individuals on the list don't appear to be in the Zoom, but I want to call their name anyway. Just make sure to click raise hand if you're not labeled appropriately on here. First is going to be Mary Ellen Driscoll. Mary Ellen. And the next is going to be Hannah Warden. And if neither of you hit that raise hand, I'm going to move on to our next speaker, who is Assemblymember Steve Hawley. Assemblymember, we're going to unmute you and you may begin. Assemblymember, I'm not sure, for some reason your audio, you are not muted, but your audio is not working.
How's that?
Perfect, we got you now.
Very good. What I said was I appreciate everyone testifying today, whether you're involved directly in agriculture or not. And I do want to say hello to Donna Lepardo, the great chairwoman of the Ag Committee. A little quick background on myself. I've been in the State Assembly now 15 years, and all 15 years I've been a member of the Agriculture Committee. I'm one of 5 or less out of 213 state legislators who've owned and operated a farm. We farrowed to finish 1,500 hogs per year, grew sweet corn, field corn, wheat, and hay. At one point, our farm, when I was a wee lad, was the largest white leghorn poultry farm east of the Mississippi River. Our farm was started by my grandfather in the 1920s, who served as New York State Farm Bureau president, helped to found it in this state, and went on to serve on the American Farm Bureau Board of Directors. But just like so many others, our farm is no longer operating. Less than 2% of our population produces all of the food for New York State, the nation, and the world. It's our number one industry. Why would we want to increase costs for our agricultural producers, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic economic calamity? Workers are considered family. Average wages hover around $13 per hour, and food and housing are provided in many, many cases. Even during good economic times, implementing mandatory increased labor costs for agriculture is a bad idea. Farmers have little to no control over the prices that they receive for their product. Comparing New York State agriculture to Florida and California is literally like comparing apples to oranges, pun intended. Florida and California, as has been mentioned, have 12-month growing and harvesting seasons. And because of the vagaries of our weather here in New York State, we have at the most 7 months to harvest and grow our crops. There's an old adage of make hay while the sun shines, and I think that says it all. Long hours are the reality of farming. If weather prohibits planting and harvesting, farmers can't operate on a time clock. We need to protect New York State's number one industry, agriculture, and delay any implementation of the lowering of the threshold on overtime. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman. We appreciate your taking time to be with us today. Chris?
And yep, our next speaker is going to be Thomas Cohen. Thomas, you've been unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Thomas Kuhn and I am here representing my family fruit farm, Windmill Farms LLC in Wayne County, New York, as well as the New York Farm Bureau Young Farmers and Ranchers State Committee. For 5 generations, my family has cultivated the same fertile soil on the southern shore of Lake Ontario, growing a wide variety of fruit crops. Today, our operation has grown to nearly 500 acres of apple orchards, spread across both Monroe and Wayne counties, producing nearly 300,000 bushels of apples and employing 60 individuals on an annual basis. The backbone of our workforce is the 40-man crew we employ for 10 weeks in the fall to hand harvest each and every apple. Our harvest crew consists of H-2A visa workers who travel from Mexico to live and work on our farm to harvest apples during our fall harvest season. These men, along with our key full-time year-round employees, spend money in our local communities, supporting small business, while also sending money back home to Mexico to support their families. Though we are only about to enter our first harvest complying with the new Farm Worker Fair Labor Practices Act, we are anticipating having to limit the number of hours of our employees in order to prevent having to pay overtime wages during harvest. Because the price we receive as an agricultural producer is fixed, the slim profit margin we receive on our apples does not provide enough incentive for us to pay overtime wages in order to harvest our crop. The abundance of work we have during the autumn months and opportunity to make a good living are the main reasons why we carry over a 90% retention rate of employees who return to work for us year in and year out. Complying with the new law has some apple growers worried about not being able to get their crop harvested before the snow flies, while leaving others examining the idea of incurring the additional cost of hiring more harvest help in order to take advantage of the limited harvest timetable. As an apple producer in New York, the second largest apple producing state in the US, we compete with other large apple growing states, such as Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Washington State. all of which have yet to adopt the 60-hour overtime threshold for their agricultural workers. We fear that limiting the number of hours our H-2A employees can work during the already limited number of weeks of harvest will lessen the desire they have
I'm just about to testify, so
to travel to New York to work for us in favor of finding harvest work in competing states. This situation could potentially put apple growers in New York at a competitive disadvantage to growers in states who have not adopted a 60-hour overtime threshold. Because of its infancy and still relatively unknown impact on the agricultural industry in our state, it is my opinion that the Farm Worker Fair Labor Practices 60-hour work week overtime threshold should not be amended at this time. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you very much, Thomas. We appreciate your testimony today. Chris?
And Jeff Williams, I think he has an idea, is going to be our next speaker. Jeff, you've been unmuted.
great. Thank you so much. Much has changed for all of us since the first public hearing on this issue was held in Albany. For the farming community, the pandemic hit hard and fast, greatly upending supply and demand and forcing market prices for farms.
Jeff, I'm just going to have you slow down just a hair. Good.
Absolutely. New York Farm Bureau conducted a survey of our members in June to get a better understanding of the impacts of COVID-19. And the results showed that virtually no farm was spared either from a financial or safety point of view. According to the survey, 65% of the state's farms and agribusinesses have been negatively impacted financially by the COVID-19 pandemic. Only 8% of farms said they benefited financially. These farms are typically those that can sell directly to consumers, either in farm markets, CSAs, or at farm stands on the farm. Most farms in New York State do not do this. They grow a product and then it is sent to a food processor who will safely package it for sale in supermarkets, restaurants, schools, and other food service providers. The challenge with the pandemic is that half of the typical food customers went away overnight when many of those places closed. We still do not know what the long-term markets will look like, as restaurants still cannot have full capacity indoors and schools are just beginning to reopen, many in limited capacity. We are concerned that a second wave of the virus could shut down those markets yet again, once again depressing prices. Other findings in our survey included 43% of farms have lost sales during the pandemic. More than a third of farms and agribusinesses are experiencing cash flow issues. Almost half say they've reduced spending to a local vendor and suppliers or will do so in the future, which negatively affects the greater farm economy. All of this raises the issue of mental health, with half of the farmers saying it is a concern on their farm or of someone they know. On the flip side, safety of their employees has remained a priority through all of this. An overwhelming majority of farms have a plan in place to train and assist their farm workers to mitigate the spread of the virus. We heard many stories of farms increasing cleaning procedures and protocols in the workplace and in guest worker housing. New York Farm Bureau has also worked with Cornell Cooperative Extension to reach out to every county health department in the state asking to identify quarantine housing if needed for farm workers. We also have supported and promoted the recent effort by the Departments of Labor, Health, and Agricultural Markets to implement a mobile COVID testing plan for farms. Safety is paramount. Bottom line is, there are many challenges that still exist for the farming community in light of the pandemic. It is simply just too soon to know if farms can absorb a lower overtime threshold rate during this extreme financial downturn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff, for your testimony today. Chris?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be Scott Clark. Scott?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes. just fine.
Okay, very good. My name is Scott, and I'm a partner in a wholesale nursery on Long Island, Pinewood Perennial Gardens, where we produce containerized ornamental plants for landscape use in containers. We employ about 17 to 19 people during the growing season. Many of them have been with us, well, at this farm for 30 years or more. And some of them have been with us for 16 years when we took over the farm 16 years ago. As an agricultural business, we deal with many factors that are beyond our control, as you've already heard. We deal with weather issues that can put us behind. Scheduling is difficult to keep. Some weeks we need to work longer than others just to be able to produce our crop. We have extreme competition from outlying areas, New Jersey, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and we're also dealing with a perishable product as well as labor availability issues. So we're already, as a whole group, under extreme pressure to try to remain profitable. Long Island has been dealing with dollar an hour increases now for several years, and we're going to be looking forward to 2 more of them over the next 2 years, which has certainly been difficult for us to absorb because that means everybody is going to be getting that kind of a raise. Otherwise, we deal with salary compression within the group. Right now, New Jersey's minimum wage for 2021 is set at $10.30 an hour. Maryland for 2021 is at $11 an hour, and their agricultural groups are exempt from overtime laws. Where now we're working with the 60-hour before we go into time and a half. So it's becoming more difficult for us to compete because they're able to bring a lot of product down to Long Island. Their tax rates are lower. The cost of land is a lot lower, and the wages that they have to pay are a lot lower. And we certainly want to stay doing agriculture because we enjoy doing it. But while our costs keep increasing, the price of the product doesn't. We don't get to price our plants at whatever it's costing us to produce them. We're really obligated to sell them at what the market prices are, and that seems to be set by a lot of the outstanding outside areas on Long Island. So we're really pretty limited as to what we could do, but it's certainly safe to say that any changes we make is really going to hurt the employees that we have. The first thing they ask when they're hired is, how many hours can I work? Nobody's ever forced to work more hours than they want, but they certainly want to work 60 hours or more. In fact, we had 5 guys that always worked on Sunday for 4 or 5 hours because they wanted to, and we had to stop that. I could see where we would have to stop cut the hours of a lot of employees, which is really going to hurt them. And if it went to time and a half at a lower threshold than 60 hours, to be honest, I don't see how we would be able to survive. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you for your testimony, Scott.
Thanks.
Chris, if we would move on to our next speaker.
Yes, and our next speaker is going to be Elizabeth Higgins.
Great. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, you're a little broken up, Elizabeth. I don't know if it's your audio.
Hold on. Can you hear me now any better, or is that?
Not any better. Chris, are you getting the same feedback?
We're getting the same thing here.
Okay, let me just double check.
I'm going to say, Elizabeth, why don't we come right back to you? We'll try again in a sec. Our next speaker is going to be Bill Zalacker. Bill, you've been unmuted and may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Zalacker, and I'm an agricultural worker for Kurt Weiss Greenhouses, which is one of the largest greenhouse producers in the United States. 2 of many examples I would like to share with you today. As we started the new year this past January, we had a severe windstorm on the first weekend, which blew the plastic off several acres of greenhouse crops. I called the owners and asked, with the new regulations, should I wait till Monday to recover the greenhouses? The owner's response was, if you're going to wait, you can also let the remaining several hundred people know that they have no more jobs because we will be out of business. So I called in the one group of 20 guys that do our plastic work, and we spent a day recovering the houses and saving the crop inside, and most importantly, keeping the jobs of all the workers in place. Yes, we had to pay the overtime, and we did, but it was not over. At the end of the month, when I had to review the labor numbers with the owners and the bank, we were over, of course, and I was told that I had to cut whatever hours or workers to compensate for this. Who really is being affected by this regulation? This second example is shown in a photo which I submitted also. I don't know if anybody can see this, but it's several acres of Easter lilies on Friday, April 10th, 2020. Yes, this year was unique with the pandemic, but this entire crop was thrown into dumpsters on April 13th, 3 days later, because they were worth nothing the day after Easter, but all the expenses had to be paid. What would you have done if your customer called you on Friday night and said, we will take everything, but I need it in the stores by the following day? This does happen in our industry, and this shows the volatility of our industry also. I would like to have better pay and more benefits along with all my fellow workers, but at the same time, I have to be smart enough to realize the economics of our industry and how that will affect my pay and benefits. I fear for my job also, in that the company I work for has several locations in neighboring states of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and I see the shift in production in this past year to those other states where it is more cost effective. I would recommend that the 60-hour threshold remain the same and we do not lower the overtime provision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill, for your testimony. Chris, will you move on to our next?
Absolutely. Elizabeth, I want to check in with you and see if you've been fixed, and if not, we'll have someone give you a call.
Elizabeth?
Oh, okay, now I'm on mute. Can you hear me now?
Perfect. We can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. Okay, great. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Higgins, and I am an Ag Business Extension Specialist with the Cornell Cooperative Extension Eastern New York Commercial Hort Team. We work with fruit and vegetable farms in 17 counties from Putnam outside of New York City to Clinton on the Canadian border. This region is highly diversified and includes two of the top counties for fresh market apples, Ulster and Clinton, Orange County onion farms, and hundreds of mixed vegetable and fruit farms of all sizes, and two AVA wine grape growing regions, the Hudson Valley and Lake Champlain. And I'm here to urge the board to first see how farms in New York State, especially those in high-cost counties, are able to adjust to the 60-hour overtime rule before reducing the threshold for overtime, to make sure that the rule does not have the consequence of reducing the acres of vegetables and fruit produced in New York, including in the urban fringe counties outside of New York City. Most of the vegetable crops produced in Eastern New York, where I work, use a high degree of hand labor. In many cases, this is because the farms are not at a scale where they can afford mechanized harvesting equipment. A used bean harvester, for example, can cost over $20,000, which is too expensive for most small diversified farms. Most of the fruit and vegetables in Eastern New York go to fresh markets, including farmers markets in New York City, not processed markets, and they require a higher level of quality than can be achieved through much mechanical harvesting. And finally, many fruit and vegetable crops just do not have any mechanized harvesting options available at any price, as there aren't enough acres in production in the US to make the equipment commercially available to develop.
Elizabeth, can I ask you to just slow down a hair? I
Sure,
appreciate it.
sure, no problem. So Dr. Richard Stubb of the Cornell Workforce Development Program has testified that farmers are likely to take steps to avoid paying overtime. In addition to mechanization, he mentioned that farmers will change production plans to reduce the need for labor. We already see this happening in Eastern New York. Larger fruit and vegetable farms that have suitable land base are actively looking at alternative crops like malting barley, hemp, CBD hemp, where they have the opportunity to move out of higher labor cost fruit and vegetable crops. The apple industry nationally and internationally is also rapidly mechanizing, and the trend in tree fruit production, like dairy, is towards more mechanization and higher density uniform plantings. Tree fruit growers in New York compete with apple growers in other regions of the US and the world. Higher labor costs are likely to increase the rate of this change in New York and will likely make apple production much less viable for smaller orchards and regions where the topography is less amenable to mechanization. For example, in the region that I serve, the Hudson Valley, there is already a lot of pressure also on apple orchards to convert to housing developments. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I urge you to assess the impact of the 60-hour rule on those farms, especially the fruit and vegetable farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for bearing with us as we got your voice being able to be heard. And so, again, thank you. Chris?
Absolutely, and had a great request come through. So we're actually going to call the next 5 speakers, just so folks know that they're going to be coming up, and then we'll do the next group after that. So the next 5 speakers in order will be Darren Roberts. And Darren, I don't see you in the meeting, so if you can click on raise hand. Kim Skelly, Maureen Torrey, Emma Craich, and Shauna Popoli. And we'll have you just click on raise hand if you're Darren. And Darren, I don't see you. So Kim Skelly is going to be our next speaker.
Thank you for having me. I'm a dairy farmer in the Finger Lakes area. We have about 2,000 cows. We employ 30 full-time employees and about 20 part-time. When we knew the law was passed, we started working toward addressing it. And we had about half of our employees worked between 60 and 72 hours a week, really by choice. The rest were under 60 most of the time. In effort to minimize overtime, we tried to change schedules and push down hours, and landed about at 57 to 64 hours. So about 4% of our hours are paid in overtime. And the reason we went that direction obviously was to save costs, but also we're testing kind of the tolerant point of our employees and to see how much less they liked working versus lowering some income also. In the end, 2 employees left because they wanted more hours. We had one who said if we couldn't rearrange his schedule, then he'd have to seek a second job and he wouldn't have a day of rest available anymore. So we kind of allowed him to work a little bit more. In the end, agricultural production, we have very thin margins depending on weather and national and global markets. Therefore, we must control costs whenever possible because we're competing with farms in other states and countries to supply low-cost, high-quality food. In the dairy industry, the big 6 states for dairy production include California and New York, who have led the way in minimum wage increases and now overtime. The other 4 of the big 6, which would be Wisconsin, Idaho, Texas, and Pennsylvania, still have a minimum wage at $7.25 and no overtime requirements. There's only 5 states in the union that have any overtime for agricultural workers. Therefore, we're at a significant competitive disadvantage with this labor cost difference, and we need to wait for other states to catch up to us and then be handling this on a national basis in Washington. We've already heard H-2A workers say if their hours are limited too much this year, they will go to other states for harvest season next year. Moving the threshold, OT threshold lower will force us to decrease hours per employee further to avoid increased costs, which in turn will lower income of employees, forcing them to look for second jobs. working 2 jobs again will likely leave them without a day of rest. We are only 8 months into the new farm labor law and are just beginning a harvest season of our busy months of September through November, which will require the most labor hours. We need a few years to evaluate, adjust, and evaluate again. Many farm owners are in holding pattern regarding further investment in their businesses until they have assurances this will remain unchanged. I ask you to please leave the threshold at 60 hours for at least 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. Chris?
Maureen Torrey is going to be our next speaker. Maureen, you've been unmuted.
Generational family farm diversified in growing fresh market and processing vegetables, dairy, grain, trucking, and marketing. Our farm includes 11th and 12th generation members, farm workers whose families are 4th generation with us, and many long-term employees, along with many families from surrounding communities that are also supported by what we do every day. We are in support of staying at 60 hours. Again, by maybe well-meant intentions, our farm workers are going to be the victims. Why do I say this? Our dairy workers have decreased from 72 hours to 66, and we hear their dissatisfaction. Going to 40, they will leave and go to other states where they can work all the hours they can.
Maureen,
and not.
Could I have you slow down just a hair for our interpreter?
Yep.
I appreciate
And not have to find 2nd or 3rd jobs. Our H-2A workers will not come to New York to work in our seasonal vegetable crops. They come to work for that growing season, working all the hours that the crops need to grow and harvest. This income is their primary income for the year. At home in Mexico, if they can find employment, their daily wage is $9 to $10 a day. For us, it's at least $142.90. They have told us, even though they have worked a decade for us, that they will go to other states where they can work a minimum of 60 hours. We compete in a global market, and Canada and Mexico are our major competitors for our US vegetable markets. The Canadian provinces have frozen their wage rates to $9.42 US Quebec, $10.56 US Ontario because of tough market conditions, no overtime, and a pro-agricultural government. New York, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, our East Coast competitors, have no time and a half, an H-2A wage of $13.34 this year, already 95 cents an hour less than us, and a minimum wage from $8 to $10.30. This should be a national issue so we have a level playing field. Also, we only have 1 growing season a year compared to 3 in California. Our truck drivers who deliver our commodities to market do not receive time and a half. The majority of the people who work on our farms are provided with free housing and utilities or a housing allowance. If not required by law, that benefit should go away. Last year, our farm donated over 6 million pounds of produce to the food banks. We are not packing for the food banks this year if we have to pay time and a half. It is easier to dump it in the compost pile or have the tractor and disc turn it over. So many people need this that we have contributed in the years past. Because of food and animal safety, we cannot have employees working on several different farms, transmitting diseases and pests. But sometimes you cannot eliminate once you get into your fields.
If you could please conclude.
We're going to lose a generation of young farmers and farm workers in New York. They have many good options. The skills, talent, and knowledge level lost will be tremendous, and they will not come back to New York State. I invite you to visit our farms, talk to the people working year-round, domestic H2A, and our young farmers who work the farms, not the people who work for outside interests. Hear the farm workers' passion, pride, and concerns, and why we can't go below 60 hours, and a decision cannot be made without at least 5 years of data at the 60-hour threshold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maureen. We appreciate your testimony. Chris?
Our next speaker is going to be Emma Kraish. Emma?
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Kraichi. I'm the Director of Advocacy, Outreach, and Education at the Worker Justice Center of New York. Each year, my organization serves upwards of 5,000 farm workers through our outreach, community legal education, case management, and legal assistance programming. For nearly 40 years, my organization has been a trusted resource for farm workers experiencing exploitation and abuse in their workplaces. Unfortunately, we tend to see the worst of the agricultural industry: wage theft, discrimination, sexual harassment, hazardous working conditions, and even labor trafficking. And I say this not to take away from the many hardworking, conscientious agricultural employees across the state. However,
slow down just a bit.
There's an echo. I'm not sure what's going on.
We're going to take care of that right now.
Yeah.
You can go on. Sorry about that.
Thanks. So I say this not to take away from the many hardworking and conscientious agricultural employers across the state. However, the abuses we see perpetrated against farm workers are indicative of a larger systemic problem. Historically, the agricultural industry has always relied on the most vulnerable among us to fill the ranks of the agricultural workforce. First, slaves and indentured servants, then economically and politically disenfranchised Black Americans, later Mexican braceros, now primarily undocumented immigrant workers and foreign guest workers, neither of which have a pathway to citizenship or even permanent legal residency. There is a reason we are constantly hearing about labor shortages in agriculture. The work is difficult, dangerous, and poorly compensated. Housing conditions are often substandard and the benefits are few. While it's true that farm workers take great pride in working the land and in feeding the nation as essential workers, it's not an area of work that attracts people with a whole lot of choice in the matter. Throughout these hearings, we've heard employers make two principal arguments. One is that their employees want to work as much as possible. We've even heard some workers testify to this at the obvious prompting of their bosses. But let's be clear. Human beings do not want to work 60, 70, 80 hours plus per week. What farm workers want is to earn enough money to feed and sustain their families, plain and simple. We all know that long hours of manual labor lead to higher incidences of occupational injury and death, poor health outcomes overall, and little to no time for things like religious worship, involvement in children's school and extracurricular activities, or civic engagement, such as participation in hearings like these. The second argument we hear is that agricultural businesses will simply fail as a result of increased labor costs. Here's the thing, the system is already failing. It's just failing people who we as a society have decided don't particularly matter. I'm genuinely sympathetic to the plight of farmers operating with a thin profit margin. However, I would urge them and lawmakers to focus their attention on tackling the root causes of the threats to their industry and advocating for serious public investments in agriculture instead of continuing to grow this industry on the backs of the most vulnerable among us. I urge you to consider lowering the overtime threshold to 40 hours per week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much, Emma, for your testimony today. Chris?
Absolutely. Our next speaker is going to be Shauna Popoli. And Shauna, I don't see you in the meeting, so if you could click on raise hand. And after Shauna goes, the next 5 speakers will be Rudy Zingler and James Zingler, followed by George Ryan, David Kibler, and Matthew Gettinger. And several of those speakers, Rudy, James, and George, I don't see on here, so you can click on raise hand. And since I do not see Shauna in the meeting, nor do I see Rudy, nor James, and no George, it looks like our next speaker will be David Kibler. And David, we will unmute you and you may go. All right. And it looks like Matthew Gettinger is going to be our next speaker. Matthew, we're going to unmute you and you may begin.
You guys hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you to Madam Chair and the board for hearing my testimony today. My name is Matthew Gettinger, and I am a third-generation nurseryman here on the east end of Long Island. I am the president and co-owner of two horticultural businesses, one being a wholesale nursery catering to professional landscape trade, and the other business being Long Island Natives, which caters to a large-scale environmentally focused projects across the state aimed at recreating habitat, shoring up sensitive coastal areas throughout Long Island and the rest of the state. Our environmental business has been the focus of our operation over the last decade. The materials that required for this type of growing are increasingly laborious, requiring many individuals throughout the growing season to take care of these small plants. We currently employ up to 30 individuals with a plan to hire another 6 people next year. I am providing testimony today towards maintaining the current threshold of 60 hours before overtime pay. The projects that our business supplies are typically sealed bid competitive projects with many out-of-state bidders. One of the biggest challenges that I see in the interstate economic system is that our farm is already being burdened with more environmental regulations being here on Long Island. Property taxes are higher, and our wages scale is already higher than our neighboring farms that we are competing against in New York State. I can speak to the impact of the overtime pay for our farms because our wholesale yard already complies with the over 40 overtime pay. And I can tell you that I have personally chosen to maintain open positions rather than backfill them because of the stress it puts on our business. I can tell you that our farm production division cannot bear any additional weight without dramatic technological improvements. These technological improvements will be aimed at reducing headcount and limiting those hours for those employees that are left here, should we have to incur some dramatic overtime changes to our already burdened pay scale. Please make no mistake that there will be a direct and causal effect on agricultural job loss here on Long Island and across the state if we are forced to continuously compete on an uneven playing field. Lastly, I would say that if there's anything that this pandemic has taught us about the importance of local farms, food, supply chains, in times of dire need moving forward, I would ask this board a rhetorical question of why it would make sense at this point in time to put any additional burden on these very important farms and the jobs of those that they employ in jeopardy. Thank you for considering my testimony today.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for your testimony. I want to make note for those of you who joined us late that we do plan to schedule an additional hearing. We've had a record number of individuals come forward to pre-register today. That additional hearing will be scheduled in September, and you can also submit written testimony to us if you go to the New York State Department of Labor website, labor.ny.gov. You can do that. We will take a break at approximately 2 o'clock, and it'll be a 10-minute break. But in the meantime, we will hear additional testimony, and I'd ask that our moderator mute lines, and if we could have our next speakers. Thank you.
Absolutely. Our next 5 speakers in order.
I was telling me, Mike.
Hello. Yep. We're going to be Mark Smith, followed by Kevin Bittner, followed by Jim Bittner, Andrew Woolmuth, and John Dickinson. So Mark, we're going to unmute you and you may begin.
Let's see, did I unmute myself? Am I good?
You're
You are
good,
all set
Mark.
to go.
You're good.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to hear my brief testimony. I've been employed by Kurt Weiss Greenhouses of St. Mauritius, Long Island, New York, for over 40 years. I have found them to be a wonderful employer. That's why I've been here so long. My concern is the potential reduction in the work. I know many people are concerned about the hours we in the agricultural sector put in. I find that to not be objectionable, at least to me. I don't mind working. I enjoy my job. My concern would be if the overtime limit was lowered to 40 hours. As we all know, that will become the de facto work week, 40 hours. Few industries have the ability to pay overtime wages on a regular basis. The margins just are not there. I would much prefer to be able to work at a job I enjoy and for a company that I respect than to take a second job and have the roll of the dice. I also feel too for many of my coworkers who I admire greatly. Yes, the job can be difficult. Yes, the hours can be long. I personally have put in over 100 hours at times in a week. The product has to get to the store. Nobody wants an Easter lily the day after Easter. Nobody wants a poinsettia the day after Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, very much for your testimony. And Chris, if we have the next person.
Our next speaker will be Kevin Bittner. Kevin, we're going to unmute you and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Bittner from Bittner Singer Orchards, a 500-acre apple, peach, cherry, plum orchard along the shores of Lake Ontario in Niagara County. I'm here to speak in favor of leaving the threshold at 60 hours at this time. New York agriculture is at many disadvantages right now between the overtime threshold, minimum wage.
I'm going to ask you if you could just to slow down a bit for our interpreter.
My apologies. We're also having pushback on our pricing for many of our markets because we're competing with other growers in other states and other countries. This past year, we reduced our apple acreage significantly. This was mostly because we pushed the pencil and enterprise accounting and partial budgeting said they would not be profitable or be break even at best. It's more economical for us to cut down those acres and rent them to the crop farms down the road than to grow apples at a loss. I'm going to cut my testimony short. I would like to close by saying I am not a farm owner. My father is owner and managing partner in the farm. I'm an employee. I am part of the next generation looking to take over the farm someday. Why would I want to become a farm owner in the industry where we are at such an economic disadvantage to our competitors in other states and other countries? This is left me evaluating what my future is going to be and what the future of agriculture is going to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much, Kevin, for your testimony today. Chris?
And our next speaker is Jim Bittner. Jim, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, Kevin works as my oldest son, and he works for me on the farm. As he said, we've got a farm up in northern Niagara County. A few details. Labor makes up about 48% of our total expenses each year on a farm, so any increase in labor costs have a big effect on us. I'd like to explain how lowering the overtime threshold would affect my farm. I think it's best to explain what the current 60-hour threshold is, how that's changed how we do things. It became apparent as soon as the farm worker labor bill was passed last year that our costs were going to increase, and I was not going to be able to pass that increase on to my customers for the crops that we produce. The first thing we did was cancel all of our fruit trees that we were going to plant this year and in 2022. Just didn't make any sense for me to make this huge investment it takes to plant a new orchard when it's very clear that farmers in other states that do not have labor costs as high as mine are going to be competing with me. We look very closely at our current crops we grow. As Kevin said, we cut down a lot of apples. We also cut down 45 acres of peaches because peaches have the highest labor requirement of any crop we grow. There's no way I'm going to be competitive with growers in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Michigan that have lower labor costs than I do. Already in our area, 50% of the peaches sold at farmers markets, farm stands, come from Pennsylvania. Very few peaches from New York are sold in grocery stores in New York State. I have a hard time competing with the market now, and lowering the overtime threshold will only make me less competitive. Starting this year, we made it a policy on our farm that no one was allowed to work more than 60 hours in a work week unless it was approved by me for a specific employee to do a specific task, so I could avoid paying the required time and a half. Basically, only if the task is really important and only if the worker is the most efficient one at doing that task would I allow anyone to work more than 40 hours a week. And so far this year, that's only happened twice during sweet cherry time. Most of our employees are seasonal workers, and their goal is to work as many hours as they can and take all the hours offered. That's no longer happening on our farm because of the new farm labor rules. I'm not happy about it, and neither are my workers. Lowering the overtime threshold will only make matters worse than they are now. Working hours will get, if the threshold is lowered, the work week will be cut back to whatever that threshold is. I'd just like to say, some people think we should just hire more workers, have everybody work fewer hours. When you're talking seasonal workers, that's going to take more labor housing. I'm really not confident that I should make that kind of investment on our farm because it appears as though New York is going to be the high-price state to grow products in, and I just don't see how I'm going to compete against the growers in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. I thank you for your time, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Jim, thank you for your time, and your son also for giving testimony today. Chris?
Our next speaker is going to be Andrew Wormuth. Andrew, you have been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Wormuth, and along with my wife, we own and operate Half Full Dairy Farm in Elbridge, New York. And with the help of 2 children that are working on becoming owners and 32 wonderful employees, we milk 1,800 cows on 3 locations in Onondaga and Cuba counties, and have a 4th location that raises heifers. I am testifying today in favor of maintaining the 60-hour threshold for overtime. With multiple locations, we are very dependent on our employees, and we do our best to take care of them and consider them integral to our success. We strive to be a great employer and have many long-term employees that have been with us for years. To mitigate the effects of the overtime requirement at the beginning of the year, we made it revenue neutral to our employees by reducing their hours along with the mandatory wage increase and the overtime. So while they were working 68 to 72 hours a week, we took them down to 62 to 63 hours a week, where they get 2 to 3 hours of overtime every week. While they understand it, they don't like it, as they would prefer to work more hours. Most of our employees accomplish the reduction in hours by taking a half day off each week, so they get 1.5 days off a week on average through the year. Issues we've dealt with employees working less hours include we've had more incidents of drinking and drunkenness. We've had more interpersonal conflicts. We've had more incidental damage to housing. And we've had to spend more management time and refereeing of who gets overtime hours when someone is sick or needs to switch a day off or wants an extra day off. Employees used to take care of this themselves, but now we have to watch it and intervene to make sure that everything is fair. Employees that have been on salary and are long-term farm employees struggle with the change to hourly and watching the clock versus working until the job is done. It's also created what I would call tension between management and employees. So we have employees that are clocking in a little early or clocking out a little late to try to get more hours. slowing the parlor down to extend the shifts. And we have to call them out on it. And it puts us in an uncomfortable position with our workforce. It's also created additional record keeping in the office, which has been less than popular. We had planned on eliminating a few positions in 2020 to reduce our payroll, but when COVID hit, we weren't able to do that. So our payroll has actually been higher than we were anticipating with the overtime. One issue we worry about is enforcement. So who's checking up to make sure everyone is following the rules? Occasionally, we hear from an employee that so-and-so isn't paying overtime and just letting their employees work all the hours they want. So who's making sure that we're all playing in the level playing field and that what we're trying to do the right, somebody out there isn't playing by the same rules? In summary, 60 hours is workable, but we need more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your testimony. Chris?
Yes, and our next speaker is going to be John Dickinson. John, you may begin.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are, John.
Okay, thank you. My name's John Dickinson, and I'm the 5th generation dairy farmer in Washington County, New York. We're milking 2,800 cows along with my wife, daughter, and 2 cousins. In 2016, with 3 new people entering our business, we had an antiquated milking system where we were milking 1,500 cows in a system that was designed for 1,000. We knew we had to do something and change. So we toured the countryside looking for a size business and a facility that would accommodate these 3 people, these 3 younger members, for the length of their careers, and at the same time become competitive with other parts of the country. The dairy industry is a price taker, and it's a national in scope, and our compensation is based on national prices. One of the reasons we made the change, or one of the goals, was to move to an overtime situation. So in 2017, the following year, when we built the new facility, we cut back hours, mandatory hours, and we're able to pay overtime at that point. Well, one of the points I want to make is few dairies, regardless of their size, had the opportunity to do what we did. We were able to spread that extra cost for the overtime over 1,300 more cows. Few dairies have the opportunity to do that. And it wasn't, employees have their choices, how many hours they work, up to a limit, and we're try to accommodate their desires. The thing that I'd like to focus on that hasn't been talked about, when we made this expansion, those 1,300 cows represented probably 10, or indeed represented 10 dairies, mostly in New York, that were last generation farms that closed their doors. They either sold their cows for retirement or they sold their cows to change careers. This, I think, is one of the most significant aspects that's not being understood. There's a significant amount of consolidation that's going on. And when you have an unfavorable, uncompetitive environment in a state, farms have no choice but they can't spread out that cost, so it goes right to their bottom line. Monday morning, we have a partners meeting, and last Monday I was discussing how we had these labor hearings. I attended and testified, and so the discussion gravitated to the question about the opportunities that we pursued for a competitive advantage with a competitive, nationally competitive facility were being shrunk between the higher ages, between the higher wages, and if indeed we reach deeper for a 40-hour week. And the fact that we recognize this slow.
Please conclude. Appreciate it.
Slow consolidation of the industry is going to be a significant part, and that none of them suggested that they reinvest their equity into another generation in New York. Thank you. I propose we leave it for 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, John, for your testimony. As I announced earlier, two things. One, we will take a 10-minute break. That means that we will return at 2:10 promptly. And secondly, please note that we have a large number of individuals who registered today. In order to hear everyone, we will also have a hearing at the end of September. So if your schedule does not permit you to wait until your turn, you can look for that announcement and register for that hearing. Our intent is to hear from everyone who has pre-registered, and we will now go on a 10-minute break and resume promptly at 2:10. Thank you so very much for your participation. Hey, Doc. Oh my God.
We'll resume this short break in just about 5 minutes. Madam Chairwoman, if you are ready to resume, I can announce the next 5 names.
Yes, we are ready to resume, and I thank all of you for joining us as we continue our hearings. Please note that we will be having a hearing in September. You can sign up as soon as we make the finalization of that hearing. If your schedule does not permit you to stay with us today until your name is called, or if you'd like to submit written testimony, we'll be happy to receive that. Chris, if you would start us again, thank you.
Absolutely. So I will name the next 5 speakers, and they are Alicia Albender, Jose Miranda, Arturo Garcia, Ruben Garcia, and Carly Fox. So I do not see Alicia in here. So if she could click raise hand, we will call on her. And nor do I see Jose Miranda. Arturo, I don't see you either. And I don't believe Ruben is here either. So our next speaker will be Carly Fox. And Carly, you've been unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carly Fox, and I've been advocating for farm workers for over 20 years. This is my life's work. I'm honored to be here as a trusted messenger, as an ally to the Alianza Agrícola, a group led by farm workers. I truly believe that there shouldn't need to be a messenger. While we all know farm workers have the right and freedom to be here at the hearings, it is not easy for them for so many reasons.
And Carly, would you mind slowing down just a hair for the interpreters? We appreciate it.
Only if you give me 10 extra minutes.
Please submit written testimony, Carly. We will definitely read it. It's not the same, but we will read it. Thank you for being with us.
It's okay. I understand. I often interpret, so I should know. What's missing in this process of determining overtime is how power is covertly used to favor one group over another. Farmers can express their opinion without fear of losing their livelihood from one minute to the next. Farmers have the Farm Bureau that advocates on their behalf, and the Farm Bureau has an Ivy League university that's land grant with taxpayer money to advocate for them. 2 of these hearings are scheduled in the middle of the day, and employers have the freedom to stop working to be able to present. And farmers are present here emboldened not just to advocate for themselves, but feel comfortable speaking as if they know what is best for the workers. Some have asked their employees to speak sitting next to them as if that's not a major conflict of interest. So the exact tool that is supposed to address unequal and exploitative labor conditions on farms is actually exacerbating these inequalities in the process of trying to remedy them. That said, I'm participating because so many critical points have been left out that farm workers want you to consider. We all know that farmers face economic pressures and try to cut costs to prevent going out of business. We all know the business model is to save money on the backs of workers. Similar arguments were used that child labor laws would put farmers out of business, but it didn't. Farmers say that Americans won't do this work. Americans, like my grandmother, did do this work for centuries. But when the idea of having teams of either H-2A or undocumented single men from other countries in need of work and less aware of their labor rights became an option for farmers, they started replacing American workers, looking for another cheaper labor group, more easy to exploit. But there's no better way to compete for workers in a supply and demand economics than to even the playing field and offer competitive benefits to the workers. Farmers could join with workers and advocates to insist that there be a fair price for food and that profits are more evenly distributed across the food chain so that we don't end up with a system in which farm workers working 70 hours at straight pay is the only solution to the ag industry's economic problems. What I learned from workers I spoke to in preparation for this hearing is that we did a roll call vote, is that every single one of them want a gradual reduction in the 60-hour threshold. They feel that those who work here year-round believe that their circumstance is different than those who come for 8 to 10 weeks a year. While yes, they feel that they are under pressure to make enough money to survive, it doesn't mean they want to give their bodies over to the work. I'm almost done. They say we are humans, not machines, and not only want, but need time for our bodies to recover from the immense physical exhaustion. I think so many of you farmers on this call know that. Another worker said, if farmers are so smart about what we want and want to advocate for us for real, why don't they get on our side and help us have the right to become citizens and fight for immigration reform? Farmers advocate to get more H-2A workers, but we know this will just replace us. We couldn't even get the farmers to advocate for driver's licenses. Farmers don't really understand where we come from. They want us to come and work for them, and that's it. The reason we are forced to work so many hours is because we have to make enough to support our families, pay for healthcare out of pocket, save enough for a rainy day if we get injured, and have enough savings to retire when we can no longer work. That's why we have to work so hard. So in closing, another worker said, it bothers us when farmers say, oh, they come here to work and they don't want to do anything else but work hard. Yes, our dignity is to work, but we also should be able to do other things. We shouldn't be working so much that we don't have any other freedom. I have two more paragraphs. Can I read them? Moderator, I think you're on mute. I just have 2 quick paragraphs, but I understand if I can't.
Yes, if we could move on to the next speaker. I'm sorry, we just we gave you additional time, and I know talking slowly, we want to be considerate of everyone. So I thank you. Please, I encourage anyone who does not complete their testimony or wants to share more with us to please submit written testimony. labor.ny.gov is the website. Thank you so much. Moderator?
Our next 5 speakers will be Joanna Lidback, Kendra Lamb, Sarah Dressel-Nichols, Octavio Vasquez, and Rob Verbridge. Joanna, you've been unmuted and may begin.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm having some internet issues, so hopefully I'm on the phone. My video may cut out. I'll still be here though. So good afternoon, members of the Wage Board and everyone else who's joined us today. Thank you for allowing me to contribute testimony. My name is Joanna Lidback, and I'm a manager at Adirondack Farms in Peru. We employ 75 people and operate dairy farms in 3 different locations. I'm participating today to keep the 60-hour per week overtime threshold. We work hard at Adirondack to create a culture where people are happy and look forward to coming in to work each day. We have great people too. People who are fully engaged in our farming activities, who want to see the work done and follow through. We offer flexibility in work scheduling, and if someone needs to take time off, of course, we can accommodate it. Our average full-time employee took home around $45,000 in 2018, which was above that year's per capita income for Clinton County, and many of them had little added living expenses. We've been able to provide employment without disruption throughout COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown, despite daily uncertainties in our markets and with our suppliers, thanks in part to the PPP. Even without a pandemic, we're facing unprecedented times in our dairy industry, surviving on razor-thin margins through a prolonged time period of depressed milk prices. Every area of our business is scrutinized. Every expense is on the table. The number of our farms exiting our industry has accelerated, and we ourselves have helped 6 New York farms go out alone in the past 5 months. The new overtime law has given us pause to rearrange schedules and cut back hours, which has hurt some employees who are not earning as much as they used to, nor as much as they want to. People are employed at will here and have the option to leave anytime they want. And so it also used to mean that they could work as much as they want to as well. That's not possible anymore. The new overtime law has added cost to us in terms of employment overhead, We've had to hire more people, which requires more administration and organization, which takes time and resources. In the first 6 months of 2020, our labor costs were up 12% compared to the same time in 2019. As we look to the future, we're positioned to grow our business in Northern New York. While we aim to support local businesses as much as possible, we may look to more robotics and automation to use on our farm should the cost of employment become exorbitant. We take pride in the work that we do, giving care to our employees and cows, as well as our land, always trying to do better. We know that we can't get it done without the care our farm workers give too. And to the point of the previous speaker, the number of farms in this country has declined since 1938, which was the year the Child Labor Act was passed. So I would say, let's keep farming, let's keep farms farming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna, for your testimony. And we can move on to our next testimony, please.
Excellent. And Kendra Lamb is next to deliver her testimony. Kendra?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kendra Lamb. Our family farm, Lamb Farms, is in Western New York, where my husband and my brother-in-law are 13th generation farmers. We are a dairy operation, milking 6,000 cows on 3 farms in Oakfield and Wilson, New York. We also have a calf facility, heifer farm, and a shop and crop crew to help feed our cows and keep our equipment running smoothly.
Kendra, might I ask you just a hair?
You bet. We have an amazing team of 130 employees here in New York that are integral to everything that we do. I'm speaking today to support maintaining the overtime threshold at 60 hours. Our family would like to continue in the dairy business for many years to come, and I hope that there will be a future for my daughters on the farm if they so choose. As you've heard from many farmers through their testimonies, we are price takers for our products. So the main control we have on our bottom line is to control what it costs for us to produce milk. This is increasingly difficult in New York State with high labor costs and burdensome regulations. So much so that in 2016, we made our most recent farm purchase outside of New York State. On Convoy Dairy in Western Ohio, we milk 1,800 cows and have a team of 30 employees. We have found Ohio to be a much more labor-friendly state to operate in. Current regulations and concern over where labor regulations are headed here in New York have also had a large influence on our most recent investment. With one of our milking parlors in Oakfield needing to be replaced, we are building the first robotic rotary milking parlor east of the Mississippi River. This is a significant investment in technology that we do not take lightly. However, the increasing cost of labor in New York has convinced us that robotics will likely be the way of the future if we want to stay in business. This technology represents an 8-figure investment, with the majority of those dollars going to Europe as the technology originates in Germany. The robotic milking parlor will require only 1 employee to operate versus the traditional milking parlor with 6 employees per 8-hour shift. That is 840 hours of labor per week that will be saved, or $700,000 per year that won't be contributing to local jobs or the economy. Those dollars are traded for the technology, most of which goes to Europe. We will be faced with a decision on the next major milking parlor construction for our home farm in Oakfield within the next 5 years. At that time, we will again be balancing the projected labor costs in New York with the cost of technology. The actions of this wage board will likely have a significant impact on that decision. We are a farm family who loves what we do. We want our business to remain viable for the next generation. As dairy farmers, we're competing with farms with other states that have a much lower cost of doing business. We're farming in Ohio and making a huge investment in robotic technology here in New York to try to position ourselves for the future. These labor regulations that were intended to benefit our employees are in fact job killers. Any reduction in the overtime threshold below 60 hours will only accelerate the rate that ag jobs are lost in New York State. For those reasons, I support maintaining the overtime threshold at 60 hours. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kendra, for your testimony. Chris?
Our next speaker is going to be Sarah Dressel-Nichols. Sarah, you've been unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. So my name is Sarah Dressel-Nichols. My family owns Dressel Farms in Ulster County. We are primarily a wholesale apple operation, but we also grow approximately 7 acres of strawberries that we sell at our farm market, as well as to other retail stores around the area, amongst other fruits. This bill has been cumbersome from the beginning, with so many different regulations that don't have clear definitions and a lot of new complications for an already difficult job.
Yeah. Could I get you to slow down just a bit there? Appreciate
Absolutely. I am asking for the threshold to be maintained at 60 hours to help compound these additional challenges. So-called ag advocates will tell you that farm owners are modern-day slave owners. We make our rich livings on the backs of our disenfranchised employees. They conveniently leave out the fact that we work those hours along with them and often continue working long after their days are over. My 84-year-old grandfather works an average of 80 hours a week, working days and times when everyone else is home because we have to get things done. And yes, we have to cut costs by doing things ourselves. We do this because we love it. The land is our 401k, and the people who work with us are considered extended family. We are all in this together, but unlike them, we can't simply pick up and move when the economics of staying no longer makes sense. We are working hard this year to implement the overtime at the current 60-hour limit, and honestly, we don't know what the full impact will be for our harvest since our apple season is only just beginning. Given the current global pandemic, adding any more challenges to small businesses is foolhardy and irresponsible. Lowering the threshold adds even more unnecessary challenges to those of us who persevere regardless of what the legislation has already thrown at us. We don't operate on a standard 40-hour week or a normal Monday through Friday timeframe. Farmers are nothing if not adaptable, but there are only so many changes you can make before we really start to consider what our land values are to people who are leaving New York City in droves. I'm asking the Wage Board to maintain the 60-hour threshold and prove to those of us in the agriculture sector that we are as essential as the governor said we are when the rest of the state was on lockdown, but we continued working. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker will be Octavio Vasquez. Octavio, we'll unmute you and you may begin.
You see me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavio Vasquez. Thank you very much for the honor to speak with you to support the 60-hour overtime requirements. I am here to representing my business. I am owner of Curix Nooks and Queens, a commercial beekeeper. I work hard to be part of this business. In 2018, for the first time in my 11 years with Curix, we were able to hire H2A workers. In 2019, with the needs for our bees growing, we increased from 4 H2A employees to 11. In 2020, we again increased the number for workers to 14, hoping to relieve the strain of this overtime requirement. I need H2A beekeepers. It is hard to find local help. My H2A crew is reliable. The country's fresh food supply depends on the bees we raise. We pay $14.29 per hour, $2.55 over the minimum wage rate, with 1/3 of our work days sitting in a truck simply traveling from bee yard to a bee yard. I also provide all transportation, food, and complete housing needs. My first language is Spanish. To own a business, easily communicate with my crew is very important. Having H2A employers make this possible. I can communicate with our crew perfectly. They understand me and I them. Beekeeping needs beekeepers to be successful. There is no machine to replace us. It is hard keeping bees alive. We need a help. It is expensive to feed and treat the bees. The issues we are facing are not well understood, and ways to keep bees alive are changing. I am an immigrant, but I have chosen agriculture in the United States. It is the same for all our H2A beekeepers. We have chosen to do this job because we love it. Requiring overtime pay under 60 hours will put me out of business and leave families without way to live. Yes. Thank you very much. This is my testimony.
Thank you, Octavio. And also thank you, Sarah. And I apologize for those of you who I've gone off screen for. I want to assure you that I am actively listening, but I'm also trying to get a bite to eat. So I have to unmute my line to chew and to enjoy my food. And I'm completed that part of it, but I did not leave the room. I only muted and came off screen to do that. I know we're family here in New York State, but we want to make sure we listen and hear you without the obstruction of me chewing and eating while we're trying to listen to your testimony. So I thank you so very much for that. Chris, I'll ask you to call our next speakers.
Absolutely. So the next speaker is going to be Rob Burbridge. And after Rob goes, will be the next 5 speakers. Edward Morgan, Rick Mayer, Alfredo Mejia, Casey Porter, and John Mueller. So Rob, will unmute you and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Wage Board. My name is Rob Burbridge, and my position is against lowering the overtime threshold. I'm a 5th generation apple farmer at J.H. Burbridge & Son, incorporated in Williamson, New York, started in 1898. Clarkson University, 2012, worked in the food processing industry for several years before returning to the family farm in 2015. Our 500-acre farm produces roughly 280,000 bushel of apples, which are all harvested by hand using H2A labor and sold wholesale. The pool of domestic labor who are willing to harvest the apples has dipped far below the required number to secure crops across New York State. So we were forced to switch to H2A. Without this help, our farm would go out of business.
Rob, could I have you slow down just a bit for the interpreter?
Sure. I work closely with our 40 H2A workers, and their main concern is that they work as many hours as possible and send their profits back to Mexico to support their families and extended families. I conducted an industry analysis for a separate group I'm a part of in the processing industry of apples, comparing 2009 numbers to 2019 numbers. These are the results. Labor costs, $7.25 per hour, up to $13.25 per hour. As we all know, that has jumped for H2A to $14.29 for this season under H2A rules. Bin costs went from $31 to $63. Tree cost went from $4 to $10. Pesticide prices went from $8.80 per bin to $15.38 a bin. Harvest cost, which we are speaking about today, went from 10.6% to 16.6% for 2019. This is before overtime considerations. This year, I'm projecting our picking costs will be approximately 18%, simply due to the higher increase in the AWAR rate and overtime required to pick the crop in a timely manner. This increase comes directly from our bottom line because apple prices are projected to remain flat again this year. To combat these increases, we will not be working over 60 hours a week this season until fruit begins to drop, and it will be impossible to avoid. This may cause our workers to want to move to other states next season to work that allows them to work more than 60 hours. If the overtime hours have dropped to 50 and proposed, it will highlight the issue to the workers even more. We've discussed bringing in more workers next season to ensure we have enough workers to harvest the whole crop, including the mandatory day of rest rules, while controlling our overtime costs. But this would have an increased cost to us as well, approximately $10,000 per person to build housing, as well as $800 annually per person to bring in additional workers. Costs would have to be absorbed by our company and endanger our ability to continue to function. Let us attempt to complete a harvest cycle at the current mandatory overtime rate before reducing the threshold. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Rob. Chris?
Our next speaker is going to be Ned Morgan. We've unmuted you and you may start.
Thank you. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, Ned,
Great.
we can.
I appreciate your time on this sunny afternoon, and I hope it's sunny where you are. I'm talking to you from Marion, New York, Morgan Farms. I'm a second generation fruit grower, and I was born here on this farm, and hoping maybe I'll have someone to take it over in the future. My position is that I would like to see the overtime threshold held where it is at 60 for a period of at least 3 years. I say that because I think we don't talk enough about the human touch that's part of employees and employers. For me, it's a big deal. I want to get into this law and have some time under my belt with the 60-hour threshold that we have. And I want my employees to be able to do that too. Back in the spring, when we knew we were going to be facing this new law, I told my crew leader about it, and I thought he understood just what was going to happen. Next Tuesday, my whole crew is going to leave Florida and come here. They're primarily Haitian-born men who reside in Florida and often travel to Haiti. And these men are going to expect things to be like they've always been, working some short days in the week to get their rest period, and working as many hours as they need within that framework to get things done based on where we're at during harvest. And instead, they are not understanding that we've got to take one 24-hour period and also work in a threshold, a cap of 60 hours. I know we're not here to talk about anything but the 60 hours, but this is a complete bill. And I think it's important to see how the entire thing works together. So my message here is I believe we need time to normalize this for all people, for employees and employers. Earlier, one of the speakers, Carly Fox, said that it's important that we realize that these people are humans and not machines. And I totally agree with that. I want to say that I think that's important. I think 60 hours in our framework of harvest weeks makes sense. We can get our job done. And the word that keeps coming back to my mind is maximize. I want to maximize the profits on my operation, and the people that come here want to maximize their time away from their families, their time away from their homes, and they want to maximize that in a way that maximizes their earning potential too. Let's not upset that in any way at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ed. Chris?
Our next speaker is Rick Mayer. And Rick, we've unmuted you.
Well, hello and thank you. I'm Rick Meyer from Newark, having been employed at Elvi Farms Dairy for 35 years. I've seen many changes as the business grew to the 2,000 cow milking herd that it is today. And although my current title is milking supervisor, I find myself involved with many aspects of the business, including translating for, for other employees here. Right. Okay.
Rick, do you want some water? Do you want to get some water for a minute?
That could help. Okay. Thank you. Obviously, I'm not used to speaking. Well, I just want to say I do translating here, and so I know the employees pretty well. While wage adjustments in the agricultural field have historically lagged other types of businesses, I have many workers, I've seen many workers here very content to work here and happy to put in the extended hours that are sometimes required by the nature of farm work, myself included. The cows must be milked, bred, calved, and all at the proper times each day. And crops must be planted, harvested, and stored at the proper time and as nature dictates, as many have already said. The current wage adjustment appears to be a good move so far and seem to fit our business fairly well, with some adjustments involved in employing a few more laborers to maintain the extent of paying out overtime at a reasonable level.
Rick, could I have you slow down just a bit?
Yes, you can. I'm sorry. With the loss of profits during this time of COVID-19, i.e. we were required to cut our milk production, we needed to reduce the herd size, as well as additional labor and costs for extensive cleaning and personal protection supplies to help keep our employees healthy and safe. It's been difficult to give substantial raises. The result of cutting back a few hours without a significant raise has been accepted and understood by most of our employees, though a few have left us for employment that they hope will earn them more pay per week. To lower the threshold of overtime to 40 hours at this point does concern me. Sure, we could almost double the workforce, cutting back individual employee hours to fit closely to that 40-hour work week suggested by the threshold. However, I feel strongly that the employees here will look for jobs elsewhere, possibly in other states, with more hours of work available to them. If they should remain with us out of loyalty or a sincere desire to work in a place that fits their skills, I feel they would be seeking another job alongside of the employment here to earn what they've been accustomed to, with the possibility of foregoing a regular day of rest as well. I don't see any of this as desirable nor an improvement for the employees working here. It would likely make for a less stable workforce in the near future that's necessary to sustain an already depressed dairy industry at this moment. And my concern extends to the future of all farming businesses, as we're seeing here at this hearing. Should the state abruptly lower the overtime threshold without having given enough time to see the results of the previous changes enacted less than a year ago? I fear the possibility that many agricultural businesses will feel forced to move from the state. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rick, for your testimony. And I'd ask Chris if he would call our next speaker.
Absolutely. Our next speaker will be Alfredo Mejia. Whenever you're ready.
Buenos días. Primero quiero agradecer a todos por la oportunidad de hablar. Me llamo Alfredo Mejía. Trabajo en Mary Acres Farm en Batavia, Nueva York. He trabajado en la agricultura durante 23 años. Elegí trabajar en una granja porque quería trabajar y ganar lo más posible para satisfacer mis necesidades y poder ayudar a mis padres con las necesidades. Trabajar más horas me ha permitido comprar mi propia casa y mantener a mi familia. También puedo pagar para que mi hijo mayor fuera a St. Christian College, donde se graduó recientemente. Si las horas se reducen de 60 a 40 horas, me afectará. Si los agricultores no pueden pagar las horas ordinarias durante 40 horas, no podré pagar mis gastos ni ayudar a mi familia. Como ahora, no podré pagar mi casa o pagar que mi hijo menor vaya a la universidad. Tendré que encontrar otro trabajo o tomar un segundo trabajo. No quiero hacer eso. Quiero tener tantas horas como pueda en esta granja. He trabajado aquí por 23 años. He ganado días libres pagados y he ganado una pensión. También me gusta mucho mi trabajo y me gusta lo que hago y no quiero hacer otra cosa. Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you very much, Alfredo, for joining us today. Chris?
Our next speaker is Casey Porter. And Casey, we have unmuted you.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Porter. I am in the early stages of my career as the fourth generation to return home to my family's dairy farm in Adams Center, New York. I strongly encourage the wage board to maintain the 60-hour overtime rule for agriculture. Since the first of the year, we have paid nearly $55,000 in overtime pay as we accumulated 3,021 and a quarter hours of overtime and are beginning our most time-consuming and expensive harvest season of corn today. We have spent numerous hours explaining to employees the need to adjust work hours, much to their dismay. Some employees have expressed a desire to look for other employment, but have yet to do so due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We fully anticipate losing a few employees once the employment situation opens up for non-farm jobs. In addition, replacing employees that have retired has been extremely challenging because of the pandemic, along with the increased unemployment compensation, leading to a need to have employees work beyond the 60-hour per week. While the overtime rule is only one of many economic challenges for the dairy farmer, it results in being one of the largest and most difficult to manage. Dairy farms are very labor intensive, operating 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Labor is the second highest cost on our farm after the feed costs. With increased labor costs going forward, we will be forced to reduce the benefit package that we offer, including health insurance, retirement, and vacation. Furthermore, the labor pool for agriculture continues to shrink, even with increased unemployment levels. This is a scenario that is hard to understand and accept. This has all led our family to have conversations we never thought we would have. We have discussed exiting the dairy industry, along with exiting agriculture as a career, a disheartening conversation to have as a young person early in their career. In addition, we have had multiple meetings with agribusinesses concerning increased automation of our operation should we continue dairy farming. Regardless of our decisions as a family, many jobs will be lost or replaced, ultimately leading to the decline of rural America. Thank you for your time.
Casey, thank you for your testimony. Good to see you. And Chris, can we take our next speakers?
Absolutely. So John Mueller is our next speaker, and I don't see him in the meeting anymore. So if he could raise his hand. And in the meantime, I will call the next 5 speakers. Carlos Orellana is going to be after John, followed by James Militello, Allison Damari, who I do not see in the meeting, Donald Barger, who I also don't see, and then Leandro Mateos. So as I don't see John, Carlos, we will call on you, and you've been unmuted and may begin.
Thank you, Chris, and
Thank you to the rest of the committee. Good afternoon, members of the Farm Laborers Wage Board. My name is Carlos Orellana. I'm an organizer with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. And for the last 2 years, I have been part of the New York Farm Workers Organizing Committee of USCW and RWDSU. It's a collaboration of the labor organizations that for the last few years, we have advocated alongside farm workers and activists for the passage of the Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practices Act. As you know, the historic law granted to farm workers the right to collective bargaining, a day of rest, paid family leave, and other benefits, and time and a half for every hour work after 60 hours per week. The law is significant in righting the wrongs of exclusion of farm workers from the federal Fair Labor Standards Act and was long overdue. The current set of hearings are to explore the extent to which the overtime threshold for farm laborers can be lowered below 60 hours per week, and if so, whether they should be phased in. Our position is that we must bring farm workers to a 40 hours week with overtime pay after that, and discontinue the system that allows for the exploitation of farm labor, and we should do so expeditiously. Unions fought for a 40-hour work week during the challenging economic times of the Great Depression, and workers won that right in 1938 with passage of the Farm Labor Standards Act. This passage was aided by an acceptance and understanding that rested workers came back to work refreshed and sharper and able to yield greater production, and that when workers earn a living wage, they will in return contribute to the economy by spending their wages. We are once again facing challenging economic times, in large part because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in setting policy, we must think holistically of what will be good for the whole of society and not just for one side of the equation. The COVID-19 virus has made 2020 an incredibly challenging year for everyone. And we cannot dismiss how arduous it has been for farm workers who have had to toil long hours over the summer to meet the demand for goods. Farm workers have been the unrecognized, invisible essential workers who have kept our supermarkets and green market stocks, our refrigerators and wine cellars full. They have worked grueling hours all summer with limited access to personal protective equipment, with challenges accessing healthcare and testing for coronavirus, and with no alternative safe spaces to quarantine or rest as the pandemic spread to the state. All this is to say the farm workers already work under incredibly hazardous conditions where exposure to repetitive motion places them at greater risk of musculoskeletal injuries, where they run the risk of chemical exposures from insecticides and chemicals used to improve yield, where heat exposure is a real threat when working long hours in the sun. Such physical labor takes a toll on a person's body. Their labor should be valued and be compensated and not be taken for granted by employers or society. Our unions represent workers across the food supply chain in New York and in other states. Most of the workers we represent work in the private sector in food processing, retail, and manufacturing. Those workers already have a 40-hour week thanks to the labor efforts. And during the pandemic, we also saw a need to ensure essential workers receive just compensation for placing their lives at risk, going to work every day, insecure hazard pay in our facilities. Farm workers are not demanding hazard pay today,
And if you could,
they deserve it.
Thank you.
They should have it. They are, however, asking that their labor be compensated justly. Access to overtime pay after 60 hours of work was a good first step, and it is time to start phasing in the intent of the law to achieve a 40-hour work week with overtime pay for all New York farm workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. No questions, Chris? Next.
Our next speaker will be James Militello. And James, we saw you earlier, but I believe you may have left the meeting. If that changes, just click on raise hand. Same thing for Allison Damari. Don't see you in here anymore, Allison. Donald Barger, the same. But I do see Leandro Mateos. Leandro, you may begin and we will unmute you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leandro Mateos, trabajo para Torrey Farms. Yo llegué a Torrey Farms en el año de 1990. ¿Sí me escuchan? Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Ok.
Sí.
Tengo una hermosa familia. Tengo 2 hijos. Mi hijo mayor es un gran hijo que estoy orgulloso de él. Tengo una hermosa hija que también estamos orgullosos de ella. Su sueño de mi hija es ir a la Universidad de Harvard. Cuando yo empecé a trabajar con Torrey Farms, trabajaba todas las horas que quisiéramos. Gracias a todas las horas que trabajé, pude darle a mi hijo el privilegio de ir a la Universidad de Rochester, Nueva York, y a la universidad número 1 a nivel mundial en videojuegos, SMU Curham, en Frisco, Texas. Y todo se lo debo a Torrey Farms por haberme dado muchas horas de trabajo. Torrey Farms, si no me equivoco, es el más grande en el estado de Nueva York. Torrey Farms hace donaciones cada año a los bancos de comida. Ahora, con esta nueva ley que quieren promover de 40 horas, pues esa comida yo creo que va a ir a dar a los files. La van a tirar. Torrey Farms tiene trabajadores locales y también tienen gente con permiso de trabajo, que cada año llegan a Torrey alrededor de 300 trabajadores agrícolas con contrato H2A. El 1 de enero del 2020 firmaron una ley que después de 60 horas era overtime. Nosotros estamos muy contentos con 60 horas. Ahora, no sé quién o quiénes quieren reducir a 40 horas. Eso de reducir a 40 horas por semana no es muy buena idea para la agricultura. Para empezar, las familias que llevan años viviendo aquí van a empezar a buscar trabajo en otros estados, donde puedan trabajar las horas que quieran. Los contratados ya no van a venir al estado de Nueva York por 40 horas. Ellos vienen aquí porque es el estado que mejor paga y da más horas. Eso de reducir 40 horas por semana no es muy buena idea para la agricultura. Sabemos que todos necesitamos de la agricultura y de los dairies. Esto de 40 horas, para la gente del estado de Nueva York, no puedo creer que nosotros mismos nos estemos perjudicando. Solo espero que después, al no ver alimentos en nuestra mesa, no nos podamos arrepentir. Cuando en su mesa no tengan una fruta o verduras o un vaso de leche. Hace 2 meses o 3 meses, yo mismo cargamos troques, mandamos comida gratis por eso de la pandemia del COVID-19 para que tuvieran algo de comer en la mesa. Y ya casi para terminar, quiero preguntarles a todos los que están apoyando esto de 40 horas. Nosotros venimos a este estado a trabajar. Nosotros escogimos a este país para trabajar. Nadie nos obligó a venir. Así es que hay que ponernos a trabajar. Trabajemos las horas que quisiéramos. Nosotros estamos contentos con 60 horas. Cuando llueve 1 o 2 días.
Thank you, Alejandro. Chris, our next speaker.
Absolutely. And it looks like Allison is there. So Allison, we'll unmute you and you may begin.
I'm Allison Demery. My husband Tom and I own and operate a 180-acre fresh apple farm. I've also analyzed numerous fruit farm
For
businesses.
some reason, we can't hear Allison.
Okay.
There you go. No, Allison, it looks like, I think you're there. If you could start again.
Okay. I'm Allison Demery. My husband Tom and I own and operate a 180-acre fresh apple farm.
Allison, we cannot hear you. We're going to try it another time. Chris, if you want to try her again.
I think Allison's coming through. Chairwoman, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Allison, do you want to try one more time? We are able to hear you. I'm not sure.
I'm Allison Demery. My husband Tom and I own and operate a 180-acre fresh apple farm. I've also analyzed numerous fruit farm businesses as a production economist before retiring from Cornell Cooperative Extension. Our families have been in farming for several generations. We'd hope that our children would also be farmers. They will not.
I am not hearing Allison.
44 people are currently dependent upon our farm to meet family living expenses. Most of our seasonal Jamaican H-2A employees have been with us for 10 to 15 years and have told us they would like to work for us until they retire. Our employees are family to us. We are not in farming to become rich, to accumulate a nest egg. We consider farming our calling. Tom and I have limited the wages we take from the farm over the years, and any profit our business has made has been immediately reinvested in the business to make it viable for the future.
Allison, can you slow down just a hair? I apologize.
Okay. We've invested in several labor-saving technologies to make the job easier for our workers. We grow premium apple varieties that require picking each tree 2 to 4 times. Our farm is currently not profitable. We cannot afford to pay overtime this year. 5 hours of weekly overtime during our 12-week harvest would cost us an extra $82,000, which we cannot recoup. We've cut employee hours this spring and summer and have not increased our full-time employees' rates of pay this year, but we have kept everyone employed. I've analyzed fruit farms annually over the past 30 years, and I can tell you that current fresh apple prices do not allow most apple farms to be profitable. About half of the annual operating costs of most fruit farms is labor and its associated costs. The H-2A rate is $14.29 and it's determined by the Department of Labor. Farms are currently struggling to repay debt and meet increasing operating costs while receiving declining apple prices. Growers cannot pay higher wages at the prices they currently receive. COVID-19, overproduction, obsolete apple varieties, and the Chinese trade war has cut many apple returns this year to half of what growers expected, and it's lengthened out our payment times while increasing costs. We're still waiting for payment on 2019 apples harvested 10 months ago. We've restructured our business loans into a 20-year note, which is difficult to stomach when you're ready to draw Social Security. Borrowing allows farmers to continue farming and hope that their farms will become profitable. If we can't recover operating costs now, lowering the overtime mandate will cause growers to lose money at a faster rate. We cannot procure enough labor now, and if we limit employee hours, at what point will our workers want to go to other states where they can work more hours with one employer and take home more money because they can work more hours? Unfortunately, consumers don't know or care where their food comes from, only how cheap they can buy it. We haven't made it through an entire growing and harvest season with the current labor law to know what its effect will be on farm employers or employees. The overtime mandate should remain as it is during these uncertain times. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Allison. Chris, if you could go to our next.
Yes, and I will actually name the next 5 speakers. The first is Maggie Gray, and after Maggie will be Andrew Ochoa, followed by Scott Allen, David Kallick, and then Olivia Heffernan. So Maggie, we have unmuted you and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Maggie Gray, and I'm an associate professor of political science at Adelphi University. My research specialty is New York farm workers. My research and that of many scholars demonstrates that farm workers have little power compared to farm owners. This is reinforced by their being largely immigrant, non-citizen workers of color who are not integrated into local communities. The power disparity between workers and employers is more extreme in agriculture than in other sectors. These August hearings also reveal that power difference. Workers have difficulty getting time off, particularly during the busiest month for farming. And they lack access to technology and strong internet connections. The hearings last week were not translated for those in attendance. Finally, the very short notice also marginalized workers. The media and others are paying attention and shaping a narrative based on those who testified. Farm workers' voices have been marginalized by this process. This is what institutional racism looks like. That the Wage Board designed these hearings without consideration of the ramifications for farm workers is troublesome. I know this was not your intention, but workers whose economic fates you are determining deserve better. The majority of the state's farm workers live here year-round, some without income during the winter months. These workers are not only sending part of their wages to family abroad, but they are also facing the expenses of living, often with spouses and children in New York State, without equal overtime protections. Clearly, overtime pay would help workers meet expenses. Farm workers also report that as long as the law treats them as second-class workers, it opens the door for other exploitive labor practices. Farmers are using scare tactics to convince workers to oppose overtime pay. Some farmers are insisting that workers accomplish 72 hours of work in 60 hours. Not every farmer is doing this, but it is common enough that those of us who speak to workers hear about the lack of respect and the exploitation again and again. I would also like to remind you that when workers are testifying at the invitation of their bosses, they are in effect being paid to testify by employers who have the power to fire them, an employer who likely also controls their housing. For 20 years, I have interviewed the state's farm workers. They are clear. This is not a request for special treatment. Rather, they ask to be equal under the law. I urge you to lower the overtime threshold to 40 hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maggie, for your testimony. We have had translator services last week during our hearing. So we encourage you, for someone who was not able to participate because they did not take advantage of them, to please register for our September hearing, or if you would work with others to make sure that people are notified and make sure that we follow through, as we will clearly want to hear from them and make sure that they have the services that are necessary. So again, thank you. Chris, can we have our next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Andrew Ochoa. Andrew?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Ochoa, and I'm Program Coordinator at the Hispanic Federation. Wage Board members David Fisher, Dennis Hughes, and Brenda McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Hispanic Federation and our network of 100 Latino community-based organizations. With the interest of the Latino community at stake, we are here today to express our strong support to reduce the current 60-hour overtime threshold for farm laborers in New York State. When the Farm Laborers Fair Labor Practices Act passed in 2019, we commended the New York legislator and Governor Cuomo for passing this act as a monumental milestone that would begin to chip away at centuries-old policies unjustly exempting New York's farm workers from basic labor protections and rights that all other workers enjoy.
Can I have you slow down just a little bit?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
It is still unconscionable that some of the hardest working members of our state were denied basic labor protections as recently as last year. The protections that this bill provides to farm workers are a big step in the right direction. However, to truly achieve justice, overtime pay equity must be realized in 2020. Farm workers labor under harsh conditions and engage in intensive physical activity to feed all of us, an essential role as we battle the coronavirus pandemic. A recent study uncovered that the COVID-19 death rate is much higher in counties with large populations of farm workers. We must recognize the precarious position farm workers are in as they continue to work at high risk with minimal protections from the virus. These workers do not receive hazard pay. They need overtime. New York's current financial crisis is felt by us all, but it does not preclude securing a 40-hour threshold for overtime pay. As we will need time for adjustment as we recover from the pandemic, it will also be needed to ensure structural change. We must work to guarantee pay equity, especially for the most vulnerable populations, such as farm workers. According to the Fiscal Policy Institute's May 2019 brief, overtime pay would raise wages for workers by $34 to $95 per week, with manageable costs for farm owners and concrete benefits to local communities. Increasing pay for workers would increase the quality of life for workers, improve retention for farms, and spur growth for local communities where farm workers reside. In safeguarding our farm workers, New York can continue to position itself as one of the largest economies in the world while reaping the benefits of increased economic opportunities for its workers and their families. This is not about putting farm workers ahead of farms. It is about lifting an entire industry in our great state. It is about basic human rights and ensuring that farm workers will be treated humanely with dignity and respect. We urge the Wage Board to recommend the reduction of the current 60-hour overtime threshold to a 40-hour overtime threshold for farm laborers in New York State. The Hispanic Federation would like to thank you for inviting us to share this testimony with you today.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for your testimony today. Chris?
Our next speaker is Scott Allen, and I don't think Scott may not be here anymore. So we're going to go then to David Kallick. David, we'll unmute you and you may start.
Thank you. So my name is David Kallick. I'm the Deputy Director of the Fiscal Policy Institute, and I'm pleased to hear some of you already citing our report from last year that I co-authored with Maggie Gray and Olivia Heffernan. We were looking there at the impact of the economic repercussions of going from no overtime pay, as there was a law then, to a 40-hour standard. And the results were really clear. We saw a tangible benefit to workers, as you would expect. And as you just heard, they would gain between $34 and $95 per week, even after taking into account projected decline in hours worked. So we heard some testimony earlier about hours being reduced as a result of the new standard. So let me say it again. We calculated the gain of $34 to $95 per week, even after the predicted reduction in hours, right? People are making a little bit less, working a little fewer hours, but they're also getting paid more for the extra hours they're working.
David, can I have you slow down a little bit? I appreciate it.
Thanks for the reminder. Our report also highlighted a positive ripple effect in the communities where workers live. When workers spend their added earnings, it'll help boost local businesses and add a little sales tax revenue for state and local government. And when we wrote the report, we heard the concerns of farmers, but we also found that the costs would in fact be manageable. If all of the cost of paying overtime came from farmers' profits, and that's an unlikely scenario, it's usually divided among different factors, but if it all came from farmers' profits, farmers would still keep 91% of the profit they were making and share 9% with farm workers. If all of the cost came from consumers, it would mean a 2% increase in prices. Hearing about millions of dollars of total cost can sound like a lot, but in context, those numbers are not so scary. And there's an impact these calculations don't take into account, They cost some money to the farm owners, but they also save some money. And here's how. Turnover is a big issue in agriculture. Employers spend a lot on recruiting and training new workers. That's especially true in the context of draconian immigration enforcement and now the coronavirus. Overtime pay makes it easier to attract and retain workers and thus reduces the costs of recruitment and training. Let me end by asking, why are we even debating whether New York state law should treat farm workers differently from other workers? In the early 20th century, when these worker protection laws were being written, exceptions were specifically carved out for jobs done by African-American workers. This year, the idea that Black Lives Matter should be at the front of our minds, and so should the idea that essential workers matter, whether they're Black, white, Latinx, or Asian. The same standards should apply for farm workers as for other workers. Overtime pay after 40 hours a week. Setting a lower standard for one group of workers is not good for them, and it's not good for the other workers in the economy either. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And if you have not provided a written copy of your report for the board as part of our materials, I would encourage you to do that, as I encourage anyone who is here or is aware of any others that we need to hear from to be reminded we will have another hearing at the end of September. And we currently and will always be willing to receive written testimony until the deadline that we will establish by resolution of the board at the conclusion of the meeting. So thank you again. Chris, our next speakers.
Yes, so I will read the next 5 names. Olivia Heffernan will be next. And then the next group after Olivia is Jeanette Miller, Barry Putnam, John Clark, Mark Emanation, Richard Lipsitz. And I don't see any of those 5 in the meeting. So if they could click on raise hand during Olivia's testimony. And Olivia, we will unmute you and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Olivia Heffernan. I am a journalist. I'm also a co-author with the report that David just mentioned, along with Maggie Gray. As a journalist, I've covered farm labor for the past 3 years. I've interviewed workers, farm owners, legislators, lawyers, the Farm Bureau, even more, anyone that really has a stake in the issue. I have heard either side of every argument on farm worker labor rights and can confidently say that farm workers in this state are vastly underpaid, overworked, and underappreciated. Those opposed to lowering the 60-hour overtime threshold have argued 3 to 4 more years must elapse before accurately assessing the implications of this iteration of overtime. Let us not forget that farm workers have been waiting for over 80 years since the passage of the National Labor Relations Act for fair and equal labor rights, and due to empty excuses such as these, have yet to receive those. Others have drawn on the pandemic as justification to keep the threshold at 60. If anything,
could I have you just slow down a hair? I appreciate it.
Of course. If anything, the pandemic has illuminated the importance of farm workers' labor. Essential workers who risk their lives to feed us deserve equal rights, including overtime pay. This pandemic has revealed the vulnerability of these workers while also exacerbating it. The agricultural industry has consistently been one of the most dangerous and physically strenuous industries to work in. The pandemic has only exacerbated risks associated with working and living on farms. I interviewed farm workers who were told by their employers not to worry about COVID-19. Farm workers who lost their jobs if they fell ill, workers who had no choice but to continue laboring 60-plus hour weeks even while infected with COVID-19. Paying workers fair wages will not collapse the agricultural industry, as some have claimed. Hyperbolic language is a dangerous and incendiary method of manipulating the public's opinion. This is not how we make progress. This is not how we adapt to inevitable changes in an industry or sustain one. In a moment when we are reconciling with our country's racist and unjust history, it is consequential that we take the side that remediates that legacy rather than perpetuates it. Farm workers are the only hourly workers in New York State who must work at least 60 hours a week before receiving overtime pay. By lowering the threshold to 40 hours, farm workers will finally cease to be excluded from basic labor protections. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olivia, for your testimony. And I'll ask Chris if you would call our next speaker.
Absolutely. And Jeanette Miller, I do not see you here. And nor do I see Barry Putnam, but John Clark is here. And John, we will ask you, you've been unmuted and you may start.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine, John. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just doing audio. I am president of the Northeast Agribusiness and Feed Alliance, which serves as a trade association for feed manufacturers and related supply industries. Our customers, the members' customers, are dairy farmers per se. We know that dairy farmers are under tremendous strain, and I would not use the pandemic as an excuse like our previous speaker did. I would just say in general, they've experienced very low prices for a variety of reasons. And adding to extra labor costs would even make it more difficult. One dairy farm that I know of, a 500 cow dairy, said that it would cost them an additional $50,000 a year or an extra $100 per cow. Many dairy farmers do not have that margin to operate on. So putting an extra margin on this, the dairy farmers will make it onerous. In addition, if we do this to New York farmers, it puts us again at a competitive disadvantage as to those farmers in neighboring states, whether it's Pennsylvania, which we do compete with for dairy products per se, or other states. And that would be my objection to this thing. And I know that many of the members that are members of the Northeast Agribusiness and Feed Alliance would feel the same way. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
John, I thank you for your testimony. And Chris, I'd like you to call our next speakers.
Absolutely. So I do not see Mark Emanation here, but I believe that George Bosher is going to be delivering testimony next in place of Richard Lipsitz.
Yes, thank you. I was asked to speak on behalf of President Richard Lipsitz. I am George Boger. I'm the field coordinator with the Western New York Area Labor Federation. The struggle of the farm workers in New York and around the country for equal treatment has been a long and heroic one. Our labor federations stand with them in this fight. We firmly believe they should be provided the legal rights as any other category of wage workers, including all protections of the Fair Labor Standards Act that include overtime pay provisions. Thank you for your time for speaking this afternoon.
Thank you very much, George. I'd like to ask Chris if he'd call our next speaker for today.
Sure. So I'll go over the next group of 5. First will be Lynette Skelton, followed by Patrick McCormick, Mark Spetafor, Roger Clayman, and then Wilmer Jimenez. So Lynette, we will unmute you and you may start. Lynette, we've asked you to unmute. Okay, we'll circle back to Lynette. Patrick McCormick. Patrick, we will ask you to unmute and you may start. Okay. Mark Spetafor, are you there? We can ask you to unmute.
Remember, if for some reason your technology is not working, please use the participant button and raise your hand so our speaker can make that adjustment and get you as soon as we get you on.
Absolutely. Roger Clayman. Roger will ask you to unmute.
There we go. Now it unmuted. Thank you. My name is Roger Clayman. I'm the Executive Director of the Long Island Federation of Labor. I think we all can agree that workers in the agricultural industry are essential workers. They put food on our tables by doing the most dangerous and the least compensated tasks of any workers in America. Farm workers demanded equal treatment a year ago. The legal right to enjoy the same workplace rights and protections as practically every other worker in the state. They won, and they took an initial first step toward collective bargaining. Now it's time to address the issue of overtime pay. It should not rest with the farm workers alone to resolve the economic challenges that may arise in the agricultural industry. The owners, the state, and the consumers all need to shoulder the burden of pay equity for this sector of the workforce. The unique circumstances arising in a specific workplace are the concerns collective bargaining is designed to address. Farm workers deserve to have their own voices heard about their wages and working conditions based on the histories in the workplace and their specific economic needs and quality of life. It is no longer appropriate for employers to put forward hand-picked representatives of the workforce to reinforce the status quo. We urge this wage board to revise the 60-hour requirement for overtime pay and move forward toward a system that replicates the practices that prevail in the modern workforce. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Roger, for your testimony today. Chris, if you'd call our next speaker, please.
I want to see if we can move back to Pat McCormick now. Pat, I think you've been unmuted. Okay, if not, we're going to move on to Wilmer Jimenez, who was here and may just should raise their hand if not. Likewise with David Hatch. And if not, we're going to go to Jennifer Cohn.
And then after, if we could do Pat McCormick is, I see a thumbs up there, so I believe.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I'll
Pat,
let you moderate and control that, mute or unmute, and we'll follow either one.
Yeah, let's go with Pat.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Pat.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm going to ad lib here a little bit. I decided to change my testimony from what I've had written. You know, you've heard a lot about the hard economic times that agriculture is facing today, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how I treat my employees, because I feel, after listening to the last number of speakers, that it's not taken into account what we actually do for, a lot of people do for our employees. Besides just the normal pay that they get above, we pay all of our employees above minimum wage. All of our employees, we pay the overtime. We cut back hours a little bit to try to save ourselves some money. But in addition to that, we charge our employees nothing to live in our house that they live in. They each have their own room. They each have everything that they could want. Maybe they're not with their families, but we provide them with electric, heat, clean water. We provide them. We buy food for them. We go out for a meal. A lot of times we'll buy them and bring them back something. It's very disheartening to hear the categorization of how we treat our employees. but we take pride in our employees. We treat them as a member of our family. We treat them with respect. I work right alongside my Hispanic employees every day of the week. They enjoy working for me. My employees have all been with me for 4 years. I have Hispanic workers, and they've been with me for 4 years. I'm fairly new to the having Hispanic or migrant workforce. I only went to having them 5 years ago. I went to them because we couldn't get Americans to do this job and to show up to work on time and to do a quality job. The workers we have now, they do a great job and we benefit them. We treat them well. We pay them well. I just wanted to let people know that most farmers treat their employees with respect. Most people treat their employees like they are family. There are bad apples out there, I will say that. But there are a lot of good farmers out there that pay their employees well. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate being able to talk to you today.
Thank you, Patrick. And if I messed up earlier with your name, because I didn't look down at my platform of individuals giving testimony to see your name was Patrick. And so I might have said she, because we've had a number of women, although not usually prevalent in this industry, who spoke before us today. So thank you for your testimony. As all of you know, we're very interested in hearing a number of perspectives from a number of different voices. So we have, or we will be actually scheduling another hearing in September. So if you know someone who left the call today because they had other commitments and the time, with a record number of individuals who pre-registered and actually listening and being part of this hearing today, please alert them to that and encourage them to come back in September and or submit written testimony to us. We'll be happy to receive it because we're very interested in hearing from all of you. So with that, I'm going to ask Chris, our moderator, if he'd call our next speakers.
With pleasure. And it looks like we have about 15 more individuals who pre-registered. So I'll read the next group of 5. The first is Jennifer Cohn, followed by Marcus Richards, Brian Reeves, Donald Robin, and Angie Hernandez. So Jennifer, we have unmuted you and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Christ Cohn. I'm a 5th generation apple grower and owner of Christ Brothers Orchards with my brother Joel Christ and parents Jeff and Joy Christ. We currently run over 700 acres in the Hudson Valley, which we also store and pack. We have about 80 employees year round and 160 or so during harvest. Our position is, please do not lower the 60-hour threshold. Fewer hours will not benefit workers, farms, or rural communities. Further, I'd like to take the opportunity to say, please eliminate the overtime position for the day of rest. Just keep it to a simple 60-hour calculation. And then change the overtime calculation for piece rate to base it on a constant hourly rate and provide stability by accepting the 60-hour threshold and removing the wage board from the legislation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, just checking. Farming is different and requires heavy seasonal work from both the farmer and the workers. Most of our workers travel here seasonally and wish to work long hours, then take the winter months off to spend with their families. They will go to other states that allow them to work these hours if we reduce their hours and attempt to hire more staff. The margin just isn't there to pay overtime for the hours we need if the overtime rule is reduced below 60. We compete with Washington and Michigan states as well as internationally. For the first time in my 10 years on the farm, We did not request the nurseries to do any budding for us this summer. That means that we do not have trees on order for our farms in 2022. We are limiting all investments now to the short and medium term. After worrying about the weather in an extremely challenging growing season, audit requirements, and countless regulations, we now have to factor in the day of rest. We usually greatly all prefer, including my family, to take a day of rest. But when weather and crop factors require extra work, the stress of thinking through the day of rest puts us over the edge. I seriously ask myself whether farming and running a business is something I even feel like doing anymore. We have valuable land located 70 miles north of New York City. Many are looking to move north right now, and real estate is very interesting to people coming north. The stress is truly overwhelming for the farmer, and so much of what we have to do now doesn't feel like farming anymore. I had an employee ask me for Sunday work in June. I told him no due to the day of rest requirement, and he left in July to work at an auto shop in Newburgh, I heard. Another employee just left to start his own business in Newburgh. Other local employees are putting pressure on us for family housing or to take another look at their wage, even though we recently did raises. The natural market forces are put at work, pushing wages and benefits up, and the H-2A adverse effect wage rate has also put tremendous pressure on. COVID additionally has put enormous pressure on us and extra expense to figure out how to continue supplying a food supply, which is so important, and keep everybody safe, which is our primary concern. There is just no extra capacity right now. We've gone above and beyond on behalf of our employees, including iPads for the housing for them to place online orders and payroll cards. But New York State unfortunately requires a 7-day wait period after authorization to begin use, which eats up half of the quarantine period for arriving employees. It is not necessary to have all these extra rules that complicate our businesses in order for employees to have good jobs.
And if you could please conclude.
Please finalize the rules to be a permanent 60-hour week and based on a simple hourly wage rather than an enormous calculation of averaging piece rates. Don't hold this threat over us so that we stop investing in our farms.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Chris, our next speaker, please.
Yes, Marcus Richards is going to be.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead,
I'm just
Marcus,
gonna pause.
please.
I think there might be an issue with one of the interpreters really quick. They can just make sure.
Yes.
Marcus? I actually hear one of the interpreters on the English channel. They may have switched it over inadvertently. So if they could just check, I think it's fixed. Marcus, whenever you are ready.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, thank you, Marcus.
My name is Marcus Richards. I am part of the third generation of Elmer Richards and Sons Dairy Farm in Skaneateles, New York. We've been in Skaneateles for 65 years, and there was prior generations in other locations in New York farming. So we've been here quite a while. We have 25 full-time employees, a handful of part-time employees, and 7 family members on the farm. I would argue that everybody here is a member of our family because we all work side by side every day. It's hard to not be personally offended by some of the worker advocates claiming disrespect towards workers and not appreciating workers. If they would come and see what we do, I believe we could change their mind. I am of the stance that the 60-hour work week, 60-hour overtime threshold needs to stay. It's too soon to tell. We haven't even been through a harvest, which is one of our most labor intensive times of year. COVID, I believe, has shown us that we need a very reliable, safe, secure, and as local as possible food supply chain. And I think that's just been proven to us in the last 5 months, and adding more hardship to any area of that supply chain right now seems irresponsible. So I was pulling through some of our numbers, and through the first 6 months of the year since the law has been in effect, we have paid 3,800 hours of overtime, costing our business about $40,000. That is after adjusting schedules, adding help and adding technology and labor to minimize the impact of the 60 hours. I think the 60-hour overtime threshold is manageable. It's been a challenge, but it is manageable. Going to 40 hours would force my family to look into heavier technology, exiting agriculture, or at the very least exiting New York State. The vast decline in the number of farms over the last 70 years, I think would disprove the ideas that some of these other fair labor practices would not hurt the farming agriculture in New York. I think the biggest point that's been brought up, and I'll reiterate it, is our disadvantage within the US. Other states, even within the Northeast, do not have the same minimum wage and overtime restrictions that we do. We are producing a commodity product going into the same markets as farmers in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Vermont, wherever, and they have a distinct advantage over us in their cost of production with the labor laws in their states. I would argue that we are a good company to work for. We're a good family to work for. And I would prove that by the fact that our turnover rate is between 5 and 6% over the last 15 years. We have long-term employees, we have families, we have employees integrated into the communities. All the knocks that some people opposing my opinion have spoken to, I would argue that we could disprove that. And on the talk of hyperbolizing language and the report that was mentioned earlier, it's very easy to say that millions of dollars in perspective is not a big deal when it is not your millions of dollars and it is not your future in an industry that you've been born into, worked into, and received an education in, to try to pass it on to the next generation and take great pride in what you do and hope to continue to work in New York. So I would hope that the wage board would seriously consider a stay at the 60-hour limit for 3 to 5 years, whatever we think is necessary to get some good information and make decisions based on this information, not just raw emotions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for coming and staying to testify today. Chris, our next speaker, please.
Is going to be Brian Reeves. Brian, we've unmuted you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Brian, we've got you.
Okay, hi, Brian Reeves, president of the New York State Vegetable Growers Association, and I also farm in Central New York with several other family members. Just wanted to point out a few more principles that I'm finding true on our farm and in many of the farms that I speak with. Requiring overtime pay for all work on an employee's day of rest effectively removes the optional nature of choosing to work or not. This limits the farm worker's right to earning a living as they see fit, and on most vegetable farms has resulted in workers having to take different days off each week from others in the crew, and the crew will never have time off together. I know of no other industry in New York that has this restriction about overtime on a day of rest. What we do on our farm is every day there's 9 people that stay in the house, have a day off. And so that round robin situation, the whole crew never, or I want to say never, but rarely has time off together, in which they used to always have some time off together, usually on a Sunday, and could socialize together and so forth. So this has not been something they look forward to at all, having different times off. Also, when we are often told that hours of work each week should be reduced to improve one's quality of life. There's a lot of social science research that'll back this up, of course. But it kind of stymied me that if you really want to accomplish this, then there could be laws passed which no employer could compel you to work overtime. As far as I know, there are no such laws ever passed that just compel, that prevent an employer from compelling you to work overtime. In many jobs, when overtime is needed, an employer can really compel you to do it. Or you can be demoted, you can lose promotion, you can lose pay. If we really cared about quality of time, then we would just reduce hours worked. Labor advocates will often say to improve the quality of life. They want this improved quality of life, but when their hours are reduced because of overtime pay, they complain. I get it. It makes sense to me, but I guess it'd be disingenuous if we didn't recognize that while we're hearing the arguments about improved quality of life, these same people oftentimes turn around and say, yeah, but can I work more hours? Because they also want the increased pay. Also, oftentimes labor advocates will explain to farm workers what overtime laws will do is increase their pay, when the greater effect usually is a decrease in hours. Sometimes there's some pay increases, sometimes there is some overtime paid, but many industries, not just agriculture, many industries immediately try to reduce hours. And it's rarely admitted up front that that is very well what could happen. We are told to align, we should strive to align farm labor regulations with those of other industries. But the comparison to many other industries is very weak at best. I know of no other industry which is so weather and climate dependent while dealing with perishable products and also has so low control over pricing. And we need to just keep this in mind when we're trying to move the needle forward on social justice and on worker rights, that to remember that there are rights on both sides of the equation here, and that it isn't just a simple cookie cutter comparison with other industries. The majority of our workers on our vegetable farms who would work longer hours are doing so only seasonally. Our H-2A workers make a great sacrifice to come here and work for several months on our farms to earn 10 times what they could earn at home. They want to earn as much as they can in the short time, and reducing hours is counterproductive. Like myself, they don't do this all year long, so their bodies don't get as worn out as you might think. They recharge their batteries in the winter and they reconnect with their families much the same way that I did all the years I've worked on a farm.
Brian, if you could please conclude.
Yep. In a final point, we're often reminded of the poor economic conditions on many New York farms. And the response is, yes, we understand, but that burden should not be on the backs of our farm workers. I totally agree with that statement. We also should not penalize farm workers by limiting their earning options and by reducing how much they can work and when. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Chris, would you, I ask you to have our next speakers identified?
So Donald Robin is our next speaker, and I don't see Donald. If Donald could click raise hand, in case Donald is here. Angie Hernandez will be next. And before Angie begins, I'm just going to read through the next 5 names after Angie. Sean Talent, Jessica Maxwell, Crispin Hernandez, Mark Veneski. So after Angie will be those speakers. So Angie, you may begin.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Angie Hernandez. I was a farm worker in the past at Wayne County area. Now I'm a wife of a farm worker, mother of 2 children, and an employee of a community health office who hears stories of agricultural workers in the area every day. I'm here to talk about a polemic issue across New York right now, the number of hours to get overtime pay. I am in favor of lowering the 60-hour limit to allow workers to spend more time with their families. This is especially true for full-time workers who spend all 4 seasons tending their ranches and farms to have everything ready when harvest and temporary workers arrive.
Angie, could I have you slow down just a bit?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. With a new farm law, farm employees who live and work in New York all year around can now invest their time in themselves and their families. Farm workers got used to think like farm slaves for many years, which means they spend more hours at work than at home, missing out special events, medical or dental appointments, and the most important, family time. This new law is giving many workers the opportunity to take control of their home and set a good example for their children who were born and now grow up and study here in New York. We are teaching our children the true meaning of family, which is the priority for the success of the next generation. Working excessive hours a week can cause irreversible medical problems as migraines, anxiety, depression, etc. Where farmers will care about their employees. Farmers, do you offer health assessments yearly to your employees? It's understandable to be afraid to lose essential workers by moving to another state, but our unemployment list in New York is long. I think it's an opportunity for farm workers to be valued as hard worker humans and not slaves. If you Google the New York State seasonally adjusted unemployment rate increased from 14.5 to 15.7 in June 2020. In June 2020, the number of unemployed New York State residents increased by 100,000, while labor force levels increased by 299,100. I hope you think about the families of farm workers and their children and cut the 60 hours to receive overtime pay so we can invest more time and money in the little ones who are our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angie, for your testimony. Chris, I know you lined up a number of our speakers to get ready, and would you call the next, please?
Yes, our next speaker is going to be Sean Talent. And Sean, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Talent. I'm the grandson of a dairy farmer and regional coordinator of Western New York for Rural and Migrant Ministry. I support a reduction in the 60-hour threshold for overtime pay. In my position, I spend a great deal of time listening and sharing the experiences of New York's resident and migrant farm workers. The passage of the FLFLPA last year was long overdue and a giant step forward for respecting the rights and acknowledging the dignity due to all New York residents and workers. The 60-hour threshold for overtime pay is a first step in upholding farm workers' human rights to health and to free participation in the cultural life of the community, as defined in Articles 25 and 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This document recognizes the inherent dignity and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace. As a signatory, the U.S. has a duty to make these rights enforceable through implementation by local, state, and federal law. Making these rights enforceable is the decision before us today. There are two additional human rights in international law that I would like to call attention to. The first is Article 23 of the Universal Declaration, the right to work. This right includes just and favorable working conditions.
Slow down just a hair, we appreciate it.
So this law includes just and favorable working conditions and just and favorable remuneration to ensure workers and their families an existence worthy of human dignity. As other voices here have stated today, this allows permanent residents the ability to be active spouses, parents, and community members, which help fulfill their children's right to education and strengthen the foundation and participation of a democratic society. According to the Economic Policy Institute in 2018, approximately 86% of New York farm workers were US residents. The decision should weigh the benefits of this 86% with the desire of the 14% of H-2A workers, some of which spoke on Thursday. The second right is the right to equality. The foundation of international law's right to equality is laid by the principle of non-discrimination. In the US, Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act prohibits discrimination by race, color, and national origin in employment decisions, including recruitment, selection, termination, and more. A quick look at the race and color of the majority of farm workers show that the industry is comprised predominantly of people of color and/or immigrants. Maintaining a high overtime threshold for this group reinforces a separate but equal framework that has been used for generations to reduce the opportunities available to communities of color and negates the possibility to accumulate the equity and intergenerational wealth which underlie the US promise of liberty and equality for all. Thank you for your time, and please reduce the 60-hour overtime threshold for New York's farm workers.
Thank you so very much, Sean. Chris?
Yes, so a few of the folks we named earlier may have left the meeting, so I'm just going to ask them to click raise hand if they are still here, and then I'll read the remainder of the list as well. So the next speaker would be Jessica Maxwell, followed by Crispin Hernandez, Mark Vineski, Eladio Beltran, Sharon Soons, Christy Northrup, Tanya Van Slyke, and last, Kayla Helashian. So circling back, I do not believe Jessica is here, but I do believe Crispin is. So Crispin, when you are ready.
Sí, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Estoy aquí, ¿verdad? Y aquí voy a compartir un testimonio de mi compañero que trabaja ahorita en la industria, que está trabajando ahorita en la industria lechera. Su nombre es Olivio Martínez. Llevo 14 años en los Estados Unidos. Todo este tiempo llevo trabajando en la industria lechera. Para mí, en mi experiencia, ha sido muy sufrido porque teníamos que trabajar 80 horas semanales. Yo y mis compañeros no teníamos un día de descanso. Antes de la nueva ley, mi patrón en ningún momento me preguntó si queríamos un día de descanso. Hasta que ganamos la nueva ley, ahora sí tenemos un día de descanso. En mi trabajo, lo que hago es de veterinario, atender a todos los animales para que estén bien de salud, así para que ellas puedan dar mejores producción de leche. También mi trabajo es limpiar todos los días las camas de las vacas y en general arreglar el sistema del ordeño. Mi trabajo, lo que hago con mis compañeros es cansado porque trabajamos de día y de noche. Yo quiero que las horas extras sean después de las 40 horas. Así yo puedo tener más tiempo de convivir con mis familias y amigos. Yo como trabajador quiero que seamos escuchados todos los trabajadores agrícolas y queremos que los senadores, los asambleístas y el gobernador Andrew Cuomo que nos escuchen nosotros los trabajadores agrícolas. Venimos a luchar por el bien de nosotros y de nuestras vidas. No venimos a hacer mal a nadie. Nosotros venimos aquí a hacer el trabajo tan importante en este país. Gracias a nuestro trabajo, la producción es de mejor calidad, que para nosotros es un orgullo poder hacer un buen trabajo para el bienestar de nuestros patrones. Por eso queremos que reconozcan nuestro trabajo y queremos igualdad para todos nosotros, los trabajadores agrícolas, así como en otras industrias. Este es mi testimonio de mi compañero y solo para cerrar, pues por muchas décadas, a más de 80 años, nosotros los trabajadores agrícolas no hemos reconocido, ¿no? Gracias a esta ley, por ejemplo, anteriormente nuestros hermanos y hermanas afroamericanos, nosotros personas de color, siempre, por ejemplo, ellos vivían de esclavitud en el lugar del trabajo. Después de ellos, ahorita los patrones contratan y ahorita en la agricultura, nosotros los trabajadores de Centroamérica estamos trabajando ahorita. Siempre a nosotros trabajadores, personas de color, no hemos sido reconocidos. Y entiendo que muchos patrones dicen ahorita de que los trabajadores quieren trabajar tanto. Sí, quieren trabajar, pero que sean las horas extras después de 40 horas. Y ellos tienen familia, ¿verdad? Todos tenemos familia para apoyar, pero yo, en mi experiencia como trabajador agrícola, gracias a los trabajadores, nosotros están creciendo los ranchos. Yo escucho de que los patrones dicen de que le va a afectar. No, al contrario, ellos deberían de estar agradecidos de nuestro labor, ¿no? Y eso es muy importante, ¿verdad? El mensaje.
¿Concluye su testimonio?
Disculpa.
Thank you very much, Crispin, for we appreciate your testimony today. Chris, you want to call our list of individuals? If you raise your hand, if you were missed or you weren't able to get on at the time you were registered. Chris is going to call you now.
Absolutely. So Mark Vaneski, I do not believe Mark is here. Eladio Beltran, also probably not here, but I do see Sharon Soons as being here. Sharon, we'll unmute you and you may begin.
All right, I guess I'm on. Thanks for having the hearing virtually, because getting to go anywhere this time of year would be pretty impossible. So I'm Sharon Soons, fourth generation owner operator at Soons Orchards. We have a apple orchard, peaches, vegetables here in the lower Hudson Valley. And indeed, as Jenny Chris said, the interest in land and housing from the folks leaving New York City is extreme right now. So this is possibly the worst possible time to be putting people in a situation where they can't continue the farm. So I returned 15 years ago, and I probably work about 60 to 70 hours a week. My dad is 87. He still works every single day, and he does not take a salary. And the gentleman who was talking about 90% of the profit would go to the farmer. Well, when the profit is zero, 91% of zero is zero, unfortunately. So I would love to pay our crew $50 an hour. Our guys have been with us since I was in high school. One just became a US citizen last year. And we love them like family, treat them like family, whatever they need, we get it for them. And the farm would not be here if it were not for their commitment and their passion for farming. I get this impression from the farm worker advocate folks that farming is a terrible thing and no one should have to do it. I mean, right now I make less than our guys do, and I'm still here, you know, and I'm driving a 10-year-old car and all that stuff. So the bottom line is just that we cannot afford this. You know, I really question if I want to keep doing this, and it's enormously stressful, as Jenny said, and there's no one in the hopper to take over. So I don't know who's going to take over our farm, but I would urge you to keep the threshold at 60. The day of rest OT is expensive enough. There's just no, the bottom line does not support having OT any lower than the 60 hours. So thank you for your time. It's been a long day, Madam Chairwoman. Thanks for sticking in there.
Oh yeah, I thank you, Sharon, for you sticking in there, and all the others who've been with us all day, and my co-chairs. As we said, although we had a large number, almost triple what we've had at our other hearings, we want you to know that every single voice is important. We really want to hear from you. We encourage you to urge others to sign up for the hearing in September, and also if they'd like to submit their written testimony, it will all be considered. We assure you of that. Moderator, if you could call the remaining.
Yes, Kirsty Northrup is going to be up next. And Kirsty, you are unmuted.
I think I'm here now, right?
Yes, you are, Kirsty.
Okay. Thank
Kirsty?
you.
Is it Kirsty or Kirsty?
It's Kirsty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have my glasses on if you haven't noticed, so help me. Thank you.
Thank you. So my family and I own and operate a dairy in York, New York, where we milk 1,800 cows. We farm roughly 3,400 acres and employ 15 full-time, 2 part-time, and then there's 5 of us family members here on the dairy. I urge the wage board to maintain this 60-hour overtime wage regulation. My brother and I represent the 4th generation here on our dairy. My grandfather, who is still around at 88, is delighted to see his son and grandchildren provide for their families and others on a daily basis. It is our dream and desire to see our children and future generations succeed in these same ways, but it is very difficult on a daily basis to want to continue to do this. It's becoming very challenging with stringent regulations and ever-changing laws. And as you can see, it's very, very disheartening and difficult for me. We pride ourselves on how we care for our employees, our animals, and our land. Over half of our current workforce has been with us for longer than 5 years. In the dairy industry, labor is the 2nd largest expense. We in New York State are already at a disadvantage to our neighboring states because of our minimum wage regulations. Now, having to pay overtime at 60 hours puts us at even more of a competitive disadvantage. Unfortunately, these 2 things alone have forced many businesses to exit the industry and leave the state. My brother-in-law being one of them, and it's very difficult. New York ranks in the top 10 in production of 30 commodities. It's the 2nd largest producer in apples, snap beans, and maple syrup. It ranks 3rd in cabbage, grapes, and dairy, which is the largest in the state's agriculture sector. All of these commodities account for the vast amount of income generated for the state's revenue. Think about how this would change when businesses no longer exist in the state because they were forced to relocate. The other reason why I bring this point up is because our fresh, plentiful, cheap access to food in New York is something that need not be overlooked. We are so very lucky to have the resources available to make this food for our population and others. If agriculture in New York no longer exists or is decreased, we'll be looking at not as fresh, not as plentiful, and significantly higher food costs. We've seen this need for local food more so now than ever in the last 5 months due to the pandemic. In the first 6 months of this year, we alone on our business have paid nearly $40,000 in overtime wages. Much like you have heard from others, we haven't even gone through our busiest part of our harvest season. We will experience this over the next few months, and we honestly aren't looking forward to it. We have had to add employees, reduced hours to mitigate our overtime costs. We have also had to invest significantly in technology to reduce staff, because honestly, it is extremely difficult to find help that is dedicated and even shows up to work. I believe the intent of the instatement of this law was to put more money into the economy and increase the wages of the employees. However, it has done the exact opposite. We have been forced to reduce hours, add staff to do the same work while trying to keep payroll costs affordable. We do not have the capability, like many other industries, to raise our costs when it costs us more to produce our product. This makes balancing extremely difficult, especially when margins are already slim to begin with. One thing I haven't mentioned are the extras we provide for our employees. Currently, we provide everyone full-time employees housing and utilities. This is a significant cost to our business, and we are not able to recoup or deduct any of this out of wages earned. If our employees were to go secure their own housing, they would be looking at a cost of at least $1,000 per month. New York agriculture cannot afford to lower the 60-hour overtime provision. I appreciate the opportunity to share my story and real experience with you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Chris?
Our next speaker is Tanya Van Slyke. Tanya.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Wage Board. Today, I testify before you to support maintaining the 60-hour threshold. Farm businesses who have shared the financial impact thus far, highlighting labor is often the 2nd highest cost to their businesses, are not in a position to give you a full picture of the true impact yet. Intense fruit harvest, vegetable harvest, and another cutting of hay, harvesting corn, and nutrient management application to cropland is still ahead of us. We remain at the mercy of Mother Nature as weather determines when we harvest crops and also dictates the hours that we have to put in to do so. Pieces of the Farm Worker Fair Labor Practices Act still remain undefined, like the definition of familial obligation, while other areas of the legislation remain gray, while this law has been in effect for 8 months.
Anya, could I have you slow down just a hair?
Sure.
Thanks.
Dairy farmers, the state's largest agricultural commodity, entered 2020 thinking it would be a good economic year to plan for reinvestment in their businesses, and then were faced with rock bottom milk prices, having to dump milk, along with supply shortages and increased costs due to the COVID-19 pandemic that we are all still navigating through today. As the country and the world slowly open back up, so much uncertainty still remains. Markets for dairy products remain stressed as restaurants, schools, and large venues limit capacity and therefore the amount of product that they're purchasing. Dairy farmers are price takers, as you've heard many times today. They have very little to no ability to control the prices that they get paid for their milk. Farmers in New York must compete with farmers from across the country that do not have nearly the amount of regulation nor the cost associated with those regulations as we have here in New York State. People are the most important part of agriculture, both workers and consumers alike. People. Most farm owners, as you've also heard today, work side by side with their employees. Many farms pay above minimum wage to be able to attract and maintain a skilled workforce. The availability of farm workers is limited, and therefore retention is key. It's a key to the success of our farm businesses. Presented in a report by Cornell University, the average frontline worker's total compensation averages $16.90 per hour, while managers average about $22.48 per hour. Farms create jobs and are economic drivers, not only in the state's economy, generating $5.7 billion in gross income reported by the state of New York, but also important to the rural economies. Farms support local agribusinesses such as tractor dealerships, equipment dealerships, and other non-agricultural small businesses like hardwares, restaurants, mom and pop supermarkets, hospitals, fire departments, and community and school programs. Agriculture is the backbone of rural economies. Farms are job creators and economic drivers. Farm owners often share that their business decisions are not only made for today, but for the future generation, the generation for tomorrow. And I know I'm out of time, so I'm closing. While I believe that there were some good intentions by good people when they wrote the Farm Worker Fair Labor Practices Act, the unintended consequences were not thought through. In closing, these are forcing farm families out of business, cutting workers' pay due to farms limiting hours, trained and skilled farm workers leaving New York State to take positions in other states that do not limit their economic potential, encouraging change in commodities grown, encouraging farms to look at mechanizing instead of creating jobs, enforcing consolidation. Most importantly, negatively impacting New York's agriculture industry. Please do not lower the threshold. 8 months and 3 minutes is too soon to decide the future of the next generation of farm owners and farm workers alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chris, I would like to ask if there are additionals.
Yeah, there's one more individual who pre-registered, and it's Kayla Kalekian. And then we will ask folks to click raise hand if they wish to testify, but we'll start with Kayla.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you all. My name is Kayla Kalekian. I'm an organizer with the Worker Center of Central New York, and I will be reading testimony from Marcos, who's a dairy worker in Hamilton County. I work 12 hours a day to meet 60 hours weekly from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. And finally, I return home and make my dinner at 8 p.m. The intention to lower normal hours is good and will do a lot to help dairy workers. There are 3 types of agricultural work: field, dairy, and nursery, which is difficult work, so workers will greatly benefit from this change. I lived in another state where agricultural workers worked 40 hours and paid overtime for extra hours. We lose nothing to fight for a change that will benefit us for the work we do.
Kayla, could I have you slow down just a little bit? I appreciate it.
Okay. It helps more than you can imagine to be paid overtime after 40 hours. For example, I normally work up to 63 hours, and with 3 hours of overtime, that is a tremendous help. Now imagine if I work 40 normal hours and get paid for overtime beyond that. That would benefit my family perfectly. By working 40 hours, I'm working less and for just pay, which is ultimately good for our bodies and health. You can see that a good salary with less demand on our bodies physically and mentally is not a problem, but something good for the workforce. Less burnout and injury with better pay. We don't want to kill ourselves for the same payment. The law is incorrect if it does not change because we are sacrificing for more than they give us. Who would not agree that being paid overtime after 40 hours of work would not be beneficial? We know how to work hard and sacrifice, but if we do this, we need to have better pay for the work we do. Paying us as we deserve after working 40 hours with overtime makes us more willing to work, and the bosses know that if they pay us well and treat us well, it will benefit them too. Treating us well and paying us overtime means we can do the work with love because we understand that if they pay us well, a good response to that relationship would be to do the best job we can. We want to show our face to challenge those who say this should not be done. This is a matter of being a good human and improving the conditions of life. And then, so a nursery worker just wrote, I would say that bosses who say they have no money or resources to pay more and improve living and working conditions is false. They're actually hiring more people because they don't want to pay 3 more hours of extra pay. The bosses are against it because they see that they pay double, so they look for other people to pay them less. They want to regulate the price of work and for it to be done in fewer hours. When the bosses put a limit on you, you work faster, and that is bad if, for example, you work with a machine because you can hurt yourself and it is exhausting. They also scold you if you take too long on a task, or worse, they kick you out of work. They don't respect you and they don't consider you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla, for sharing that testimony of an individual or two individuals today with us. Chris, are there any other speakers to come before us today?
Absolutely. So just a quick reminder, so that concludes our list of those who pre-registered. If you did not pre-register, you can click on the raise hand button and we will call on you. And right now I have a couple individuals who've already done so. The first, and I'll unmute now, is going to be Chris Tague. Chris, we've asked you to unmute and you may deliver testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm Assemblyman Chris Tague. I represent the 102nd Assembly District. First of all, thank you, Chairwoman McDuffie, and all the members of the Wage Board for your hard work in holding this Wage Board hearing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And thank you to my colleagues and others on both sides of this issue for your important testimony today. First off, my entire district is made up of men and women, generations upon generations of small family farmers. I myself was one of the 5 people that my colleague Steve Hawley spoke about earlier. I was actually a dairy farmer, and Mr. Hawley had mentioned that earlier. I also want to echo what Marcus Richards had said in a previous testimony. I too was very disappointed today at some of the words that was being painted towards our farmers by advocates. It's very troubling, and it's simply just not true. I am a former dairy farmer. I managed my own farm, did my own inventory, set my own hours. I know how this business works intimately. My employees were like family, and like most farmers, they came first. I never even took a paycheck from my own farm just to be able to survive. I voted against this bill in the Assembly in 2019, and I still stand opposed. Again, we have put the cart before the horse. Until we get the market problem solved and actually pay our farmers a fair price for the products and the labor of them and the farm workers, this will continue to be a very, very big problem. Agriculture does not function as a typical 9-to-5 business. To try to convince yourself that that's how things are done is going to devastate our farm industry and the rest of our state as a result. Overtime, set hours, control days to work, collective bargaining, none of these things are part of the agriculture industry because they won't work, period. Some days you're working very long hours. Some days you're working only maybe 4 hours or even less. It depends on the farm, the animals you might be tending, how far along the grow is, and most importantly, here in New York, we've heard this many times, the weather. All of these variables are not taken into account when you try to legislate something this complex. This is essential to our day-to-day lives. Things are very fluid on a farm. But again, I wouldn't expect someone who's never set foot on a farm know anything about how it works or to understand how it works. This law will put farmers in New York State at a serious, uncompetitive disadvantage, a very, very unlevel playing field. This will affect both farmers and farm workers. Madam Chairwoman, for these reasons and more, I ask you and your board not to implement these changes, and I actually encourage each and every one of you to take the advice that was put forth earlier by Assembly Chairwoman Lepardo to revisit this entire issue. It's quite simple, folks. No farms, no food. No farms, no farm worker jobs. Respectfully, I say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for your hard work, Chairwoman and the Wage Board, and God bless each and every one of you, and thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Tague, for taking time to be with us today in your testimony. Chris, our next speakers, please.
We have one more individual who has clicked on raise hand, and Jessica Maxwell, I'm going to call on you now and ask you to unmute, and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Maxwell. I'm the director of the Workers Center of Central New York and Syracuse. We have over 200 members, primarily farm workers. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak. I also grew up on a family farm in Herkimer County. In fact, I spent 2 days last week as unpaid labor on my dad's farm. So I really appreciate and understand the financial realities, and I hope the Wage Board is hearing and taking into account the incredible complexity and diversity of farm and farm worker needs and realities. And this is a much larger conversation. The reality is the financial situation of the ag industry in New York is a much bigger conversation than the purview of this Wage Board. And we're gonna have to get creative and figure out how to have that conversation outside of this process. But let's not try to solve the financial issues of the ag industry on the back of some of the most vulnerable and hardworking workers in our state. I want to use my time to share the testimony of another of our members, a single mother, Erica, who couldn't be here today. And so these are her words. The minimum should be 40 hours. That should be the norm. And if you pass 40 hours, you should be compensated for overtime. This is the minimum for others. It should be the same for us. The body becomes tired working the entire week and working about 12 hours a day. That would be the minimum of our work hours per day if we worked 60 hours in a 5-day period, Monday through Friday. For someone with a family, like a single mother, it would be better to work 40 hours and get paid overtime if we have to work beyond that. It's not okay to say that we're fine with 60 hours of normal pay, because as single mothers, we won't be. We are not able to pay for the cost of living as single mothers and the time it takes away from our families and the childcare. We won't be able to pay for any of it with that plan, and at the end, we suffer. Even with a partner, families would still not be guaranteed that they can provide for their families with this kind of minimal pay for extra work. The most an employer will give you then is 60 hours, and they won't give you more because they then have to pay the overtime. They tell us after we reach 60 hours, no more hours, meaning we never receive overtime pay. I worked in the fields working 60 hours a week at normal pay, and the boss would not give us more hours for overtime simply because he did not want to pay. And I know our time is limited, and I know there's a lot of changes coming all at once, and that's because the reality is we've put off this conversation for far too long in terms of bringing farm work on a par with other industries. And I just ask that the wage board consider, obviously the timing is tricky right now, but let's not shut the door on iterating towards a more just economic system in the ag industry in New York State. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica, for sharing Erica's voice as well as yours. And I'd like to ask our moderator, Chris, are there any others to come before us today?
There are no others, so I believe that would conclude the testimony portion of the meeting. And I'll now unmute the wage board members, Dennis and David.
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, as our moderator has just advised, that does conclude the public testimony for today. I thank you all for your voices, for your participation. And I have to say, over 100 of you have stayed with us throughout the day, which really demonstrates the importance of this entire process. And I know my fellow board members are really honored to be a part of a process where everyone is allowing their voices to be heard in such an important deliberation. As you know, this is one of the ways we are able to hear your voices. We will continue to accept online testimony. Our website again is labor.ny.gov, G-O-V. Please make use of that. We also will have a hearing at the end of September, and certainly would urge you, encourage you, invite you to share with others the ability to be heard during that hearing. We take note of any information that people submit on our website, and the question has come up related to or regarding how long will the wage board be accepting testimony submissions. I would like to answer that question today with my fellow board members. In order to continue to receive testimony, as well as allow us as a board to deliberate on all of the information we've received during this process, we are required to submit a report by the end of this year. Therefore, I would move that the board accepts testimony submitted in writing through or until October 31st, 2020. Do one of my fellow board members second that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded. Thank you so very much. It's been moved and seconded now, and that motion is to accept the submission of testimony to the wage board until October 31st, 2020. Is there any discussion amongst the board members on this motion? If hearing none, I would ask all board members in favor of the motion to please say aye.
Aye.
Did I hear 2 ayes?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Any opposed or nays? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. This actually concludes our hearing for today. I'd like to remind you that all materials related to today's events will be posted on the Department of Labor's website. More information on the slide that is now posted on the moderator's screen gives you information on where to submit testimony. And I would encourage you to use this website to receive the date and register for our next hearing. Again, we are most appreciative of the time that you took with us today, and we look forward to your continuing participation in this process along with us as we hear from members of the community. Thank you so very much. Please remain safe and stay well. And that concludes our meeting.
Thank you, Brenda. Great job.
Thank you.